Hello!
Hi!
Welcome
Hello.
to the Wednesday night AuthorTube live stream. I am so glad everyone's here. We're going to go take a look and say hi in the chat once we have introduced ourselves. You may notice we're a little bit smaller here tonight, but that's because Lisa is going to be here in like 20 minutes, I think she said. Lisa's going to be here in like 20 minutes. And RK is going to be here in like 10 minutes. And then Lauren is dealing with the storm in Louisiana. So we are all sending our wishes to Lauren that she's doing okay.
And where is Sam? Where is Sam?
I think I assume whenever she's not here, it's because she, like her husband had to go to work late and she had to put her kids to bed. That's my assumption because that's why she wasn't here the other week too. So I think that's where she is. But hello, everyone. I'm glad you guys are all here. As you know, I am Savvy from Savvy Writes Books. I have some iced coffee with me because I'm exhausted right now. But then once I get my energy up, I'll go put some bourbon in this instead and we'll move forward. But that's where we're at. My wonderful co-hosts will introduce their channels as well. So BC, do you want to tell us about your channel?
Sure thing. What's up, my writing weirdos? I am BC Brown. My channel is BC Brown Books, where we get weird about words in the ways that only writers can, pretty much by writing them.
Yay.
So I also host my own live stream, typically on Fridays from 3:30 to 5:30 p.m., although I won't be doing it this week because, as some of you can see, I am coming to you live from the inside of Grimace's asshole, aka my nose, which is all purple. And I absolutely hate it. But anyway, so that means that we are officially closed on our house and started moving in, and I have no internet to speak of. I'm working solely off of phone data right now.
I'm glad you're here, even though you just like that's impressive. I'm glad you're here.
It's all purple. It's all purple.
All purple. I feel like I'm inside the flying purple people eater. And I'm just like, I've been swallowed.
You're inside my spaceship.
I'm inside the spaceship right now, the all purple spaceship.
I kidnapped BC. That's a reality. I kidnapped her, and that's why her space is purple now. It's an alien abduction.
She's invaded. It's an alien invasion. She's invaded. So, and unlike Miss Savvy, I decided to go ahead and combine my liquor with my caffeinated substance, and have already been imbibing on it.
Fantastic! I should have been doing that the whole time.
And that's me in a nutshell. So, Doll, how about you?
Hello there, humans. I am Dul Cecil Runo, the partially blind alien from a distant galaxy who is a known voices author. I usually write sci-fi, I write some poetry, and I like to explore other genres with my short stories. And usually I stream on Wednesdays at 2 p.m. Eastern. The thing today is that I didn't feel capable of hosting a stream today. My mind wasn't there. Yeah, my mind wasn't there.
Yeah. Are you doing all right now?
Better. And I feel a lot more comfortable when I'm among friends and writer sisters, so that's better. I
understand that.
Yeah, I felt like having a stream alone, and I was not gonna be alone actually, and I feel bad because I was about to invite Sherry, Sherry Turquoise. I was about to invite her as a guest, but my mind wasn't in the right place. And when you are the host of the stream, you have to be in like the right place, and I just didn't want to have it a bad stream for Sherry, so I was like, should I do this, should I not do this, should I not? And then I just talked to her and said, no, today's not the day, I'm so sorry. And yeah, but I'm here, it's better, it's a lot better
here.
Yeah, we're really glad you're here, and I'm sure she totally understood. Life happens.
Yeah. So we're going to say hi to everyone in the comments, starting with Devin. Hello, Devin. Glad you're here. Aaron Cheddar?
Howdy.
How do I say Aaron's last name? Does anyone know?
Cheddar?
Cheddar?
I guess.
Cheddar. Yeah.
Aaron,
Yeah,
hello.
Cheddar.
I'm glad
Yeah.
you're here. Welcome to the stream. Heidi Lynn is here. Hello, Heidi. I'm glad you're here. Dala's up in the comments too. Loving it. Zoe Reeds is here. Hello, Zoe. I'm glad you're here. CB Ferenz is here. Hello, CB. Glad you're here. Leora says, hello there, everyone. Facebook is canceled. How are you today? Pretty good today. Pretty good. You know.
Shalom, Leora. Shalom. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah. Kat Benson is here saying happy Wednesday. Hello. Happy Wednesday to you too. Sherry Turquoise is here as well saying hello. How is everyone? Got a storm here. Hope everything.
Oh my God.
Okay with the storm. Devin is getting a storm too. There's a lot of storm a lot of places. Devon's in my hometown is getting blasted by a massive storm too. Joanne Ninja Hen says, I'm on my way to bed. Well, I hope you have a great night and sleep well.
Gute Nacht.
Shion Akihiko says, Team Coffee. I love it. Team Coffee. Author Morgan Lee is here and says, hi, peoples. Hello, Morgan.
Hi, Morgan.
Glad you're here. Leora says, oh no, I am pink. I was like, Wednesday. I guess we all have purple today. Dala's always purple, and BC is in a purple room, and I have a purple headband, and this wall of my office is purple. You just can't see it. So this is Purple Wednesday, I guess.
It's Purple Wednesday for once, for a change.
Purple aliens.
Alex, how was that? Alex Hoshi?
Yeah, Alex Hoshi.
Alex Hoshi, hello.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're here. And anyone who's new to the stream, if I pronounce your name wrong, please correct me because I don't want it to say wrong. People say Savvy wrong all the time, and I know how it is, so just feel free to correct me. Devin says Barney exploded in BC's office.
Not right there.
Oh my God. Let's see. Yep. Sherry loves the purple room. So I understand.
I can't say it is very flattering. It's always flattering to redheads purple.
Kelly Martin is here saying, got my jammies. Hi, folks. Hi, Savvy, BC, and Doll. Hello, Kelly Martin Book. I'm glad you're here. My soul
Hi, Kelly.
Chat says, a while ago I was writing a series of short stories about a family in the 1980s, and I realized today that my main character turned 61 in September.
Wow.
It's always wild. Debbie is here. Hello, Debbie. Glad you're here. Barbara is also here. Hello, Barbara. Iggy is here saying, I actually made it. Who am I? I'm glad you're here. Thank you for coming. Let's see. Oh, Audra's here. Hello, Audra. Nice to see you.
Hi, Audra.
Kelly says, I have a purple shirt. I'm finally on trend. And the Nerdy Nanny says, I made it. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. I guess since, I guess we've got, wait, where we go? So yeah, is this a stream for sprints? Yes. So we are going to be doing writing sprints starting in a little bit, probably starting in just a couple minutes because I'm actually pretty much caught up on everyone saying hi in the comments, which is weird. Wait, Divided by Sites here. Hello.
Hi, Lauren. Hi, Lauren. Nice to see you.
20-minute writing or productivity sprints, whatever kind of thing you need to get done today, which is a perfect transition to let's all talk about what we're working on today. So BC, what are you, wait, first of all, we got someone else. The Blind Mage is here and says, hi, hello.
Hi, Nicole. Hi, it's Nicole. Hi, Nicole.
Glad you guys are here. Okay, great. So BC, what are you working on tonight?
So, since I am sans internet and I am shit for writing with a pen and paper, I am decided that you guys get to watch me paint a picture tonight.
Yay.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm excited to see you paint a picture. That's going to be great.
I'm going to attempt to paint live, which will be interesting because I'm really bad at it in general. And so I don't know, but we'll see how it goes. Regardless, I'll come out with another piece of painting, or I won't, and I'll have firewood for the new fire pit.
We have a new person on the stream. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Is it Catmilla?
Catmilla. Yeah.
Well, hello. I'm glad you're here. You said, hi, I don't think you know me, but hi. I feel like I do know you. Like, I feel like I've commented on one or two of your videos before, but I can't remember which ones. So
I'm loving your avatar.
Yeah, the avatar is super cute. I'm glad you're here. Oh, it is Cat Mila.
Okay, cool.
Wonderful. Awesome. Doll, what are you working on today?
Doll is working on, what am I working on today? Oh, no, wait, writing related. Oh, well.
That could be whatever you want to work on during this stream, writing or not.
Well, if it's not writing, this alien is working on her internal volcano. I'm trying to, just chill. and thinking about my upcoming videos on my channel. So I want to talk about writing, not necessarily writing advice, but I want to be like focused on writing per se. So I'm thinking, what can I actually talk about? Like, what can I teach? I'm a terrible teacher, and so my brain is just going all over the place. I'm gonna be chilling and just brainstorming for future videos. Ooh, who's here? Someone's here. Hi.
Who's here? Yes. Hello. I'm glad you made it.
Hi, Ari.
Hi. RK, tell us about your channel and what you plan to work on today. Or if you want to eat, we can come back to you.
I'm happy talking because it makes BT Brown happy. Seeing me eat. I'm really hungry. I just finished yoga for the day.
Yeah.
React to music. Shout out South Africa for helping my channel blow up.
Did your channel blow up today? I saw that you had like a ton more subscribers.
I got like 300 subs the past 2 days.
Whoa!
Wow.
That's incredible.
And I thought reaching 400 was a milestone, dude. Wow.
Reaching 400 is a milestone. Well, RK has been on YouTube for like a long time, and was at like 500 subscribers for like months. So that was like, what you got? Like 1,800 now or something?
Wow.
I don't know the exact number. I can look
that's great though.
Yeah.
Also, RK and I are in a beef
Super proud of you.
Even though we're friends, we're in a beef.
You're beefing?
Apparently.
Well, because he has been posting his workout journey online, which I'm fine with. I have my own workout journey going on, but his workout journey is on P90X, which is a company owned by Beachbody. So I'm not okay with or not public beef. It was a private beef until I just announced it right here. But
bring that beef. Bring that beef.
Paying for P90X is not the same thing as me actively recruiting people to join a pyramid.
Right, it's not the same. I don't want to say I would be much harder on you about it.
I'm just working out with a cool guy.
Today is the day of bringing out the beef. Because J.K. Rowling. Because J.K. Rowling is my Rachel Hollis. Okay?
Oh my God, we probably need to talk about her because I was just tweeting yesterday about how I wish I could be a full-time YouTuber because yesterday my phone started blowing up with people being like, Savvy, Rachel Hollis is getting divorced. Did you hear Rachel Hollis is getting divorced? Like all of a sudden while I was working on my job in the middle of the evening, it was just like, boom. And I was like, whoa, what's happening? And I was like, well, I can't make a video about this right now because I have to finish doing my job and I have videos scheduled through the end of the week because I have to do my job during the week. And then today I put up my video called J.K. Rowling is a TERF. And then
I was so happy.
Her whole TERF manifesto on Twitter. I
was so happy to see that
public comments. Oh my, then with her
And she
closing,
turned off comments. What? Anyway,
it was like, you can't argue First Amendment and then not allow people their First Amendment. I was
also, like,
oh
you're
my
not
God.
like. I think it's.
Huh?
I think like this is not anything against the UK, but I think it's interesting when people in the UK talk about the First Amendment because like they don't. That's not a thing there. Like I'm sure freedom of speech is a principle in the UK too, but it's like First Amendment. It's like I don't think that's a law where you are. Is it? I don't know. I could be totally wrong.
You have your own constitution.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What happened?
Right? Like First Amendment is the right to freedom of speech, but that's a US thing, I think. I don't think they have that in the UK. Well, because anyway, I could go off on a tangent. I don't know. I don't know about the laws there. I've never been there, but I didn't think that was there.
I don't know what happened, but I am so happy, and I left you a ton of comments, and I was just delighted that finally the world is catching up. Thank you. I feel
And J.K.
vindicated.
Rowling's the shite? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I just had to read her books.
Publicly be like, I didn't finish Harry Potter. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I just had to read her books to know she was a freaking ableist. I mean, she's always been ableist.
Yeah.
She's always been ableist. She's always been classist. She's always been racist. She's always been against LGBT communities. She's always been against all that. She's always been fat shaming. I mean, that everything is in the books. All of it is in there. Nobody ever saw it.
I read the parts of Harry Potter that I had read. I read like almost 20 years ago, so I don't remember most of what was said in there. I just remember like being a teenager and then out of nowhere she was just on Twitter like Dumbledore's gay now. I was like, okay, that's fine, whatever, move forward. But then she kept like just being ridiculous on Twitter all the time, and then she started doing the TERF shit on Twitter, and I'm like, oh my God, why are you like this?
Yeah,
she's my Rachel Hollis.
Start making videos about her.
I already started.
I say, Doll and I have mentioned J.K. Rowling's now a couple times regarding ableism specifically, but yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a funny story actually. So I was thinking about doing the AuthorTube newbie tag.
Yeah, do it.
Yes.
It has nothing to do with the story. Well, a little. Not me doing it. Searching it. So I was searching the AuthorTube newbie tag because I wanted to know the prompt. And I forgot her name. I think it's for the best because I don't want to name drop right here. But she released her AuthorTube newbie tag like 3 years ago. And on it, she says her hero is J.K. Rowling because of how she conducts herself on Twitter.
Oh my God. That's like, if you ever Reddit, there's a subreddit called r/agedlikemilk. It's for things that don't age well. I feel like that belongs on there. A video where someone was, I like J.K. Rowling because of how polite she is on Twitter.
If you want to know how to Brandon market yourself, do not follow J.K. Rowling's on Twitter. Do not follow J.K. Rowling's Twitter.
Yeah, honestly, she would be fine if she had just never created a Twitter.
She should have just stayed quiet. She should have stayed mysterious.
To be very honest, and there's where I should cancel myself. I should never go on Twitter when I'm sleep deprived because I say a lot of stupid shit just like her. I'm afraid of becoming her.
Shit just like her. I think we all say stupid shit on Twitter when we're tired, but most of us don't go on there and talk about how TERF shit like she does. Unless we
no.
awake.
My stupid shit is like, what can I put cheese on?
Yeah. When I go on Twitter,
right there.
I do petty Star Trek arguments sometimes, but that's about it.
I do get petty about ableism a lot.
That's
like a lot.
petty,
I do get a very
yeah.
That's not petty.
So when I'm sleep deprived, I should not be on Twitter. Huh?
No, that's not petty at all. That's standing up for what's right and telling a perspective that you know a great deal about because you're part of the community, but also because you listen to other parts of the community. So that's a good thing. You might get yeah, you might get into back and forth a little bit about it, but when you're getting into back and forth a little bit about something that's important, that's not petty at all.
No, that's important.
No, petty is me
Okay.
finding the person who tweeted the Bills weren't going to make the playoffs and going back to that old tweet and tweeting at them how much they suck and I hope they had a horrible year. That's petty.
Okay.
I don't mind that. I can be petty too sometimes.
When it comes to sports, I am the pettiest.
You should see me become petty over Star Wars versus Star Trek.
Oh,
Star
dude.
Wars
Are you? What camp are you?
I'm a Trekkie.
Yeah, no, Star Wars can get fucked.
Hardcore.
Yeah, I have no interest in Star Wars.
I can sit through them. That's about it.
Yeah, I've seen most of them. I think I've probably seen all of them at least once, but I don't have that. No, I didn't see the recent one. That one looks terrible.
I've just never been a fan of soap operas, and it's a soap opera.
I do like soap operas, just not Star Wars. All right, let's see what everyone's on tonight.
I'm sure that made the comments all blow up.
I'm editing my next video, which is called How to Fall Asleep, and it's my expert knowledge as an experienced insomniac. That sounds useful.
Ooh.
Do it.
I need that,
Leora. I could have used that a couple weeks ago.
I need that, Leora. I need that very much.
Audra says, I'm on chapter 13. Awesome. Nerdy Nanny says, editing videos probably then developing my next kid's book. Exciting. I'm doing both of those things too tonight. Working on a video and working on art for my 5th Forever Home Friends book. I'm a little bit behind on the art right now, but I will catch up. Divided by Sight says, I bet it'll be great, BC Brown books. I can draw stick figures.
But Lauren, you're blind, like me. What are you supposed to do?
Joanne says to BC, your feet paintings are great. That sounds sexual, but I'm not sure if it is.
No, it's correct. So when I started doing this learning how to draw journey back in September, the biggest thing I heard artists lament on drawing was that feet and hands were really hard to draw. So
they are.
It is. That's true.
Yeah. So
That's
I decided
I've been working on my art since I was like a child, and I still cannot do feet and hands.
Well, yeah, so like Bonehead, I decided that obviously I'm going to start with the hardest thing that artists say that they can't draw, which is feet and hands. And I started from the ground up, so I started with feet. So Joanne is referencing some pictures.
Okay, she also says and hands. So
I appreciate that, Joanne.
So I read something, Dal, you can tell me if this is true. I was reading that like even our brains, like we can't draw hands because our brains have trouble forming the image of hands. That's why one of the easiest ways to force yourself into a lucid dream is while you're asleep to look at your hands. And if your hands don't look right in your dream, then you know you're dreaming because you're like, whoa, that's not a hand.
I have heard of this technique. I don't really know because, well, for obvious reasons.
I'm trying to try it, but when I go to sleep, I don't think to look at my hands while I'm dreaming so far. So hopefully I'll.
Yeah, you have to first begin with just thinking that, hey, look at your hands, or.
Yeah,
I try to look at myself.
I look at my hands during the day so that while I'm asleep, I'll remember to look at my hands, but we'll see.
What I do sometimes is I have very long hair. This alien has long hair. So what I try to do sometimes is I look at my hair. And if my hair is a different color or it's just not right, then I know this is just not dreaming. I'm just having a very uncomfortable dream or something. Mm-hmm. But yeah, looking at my hands, or like I look down at my body. I try to just make sure that I am myself. And if I'm myself and everything looks in place, then I might be having a lucid dream.
Yeah. The way I've said this before, the way I always tell is by toilets. I go into a bathroom in a dream and I see if the toilet looks weird because my brain always comes up with weird toilets and weird bathroom configurations. and like it
And then there's a trans woman in the bathroom, and that's perfectly fine.
Oh my
I'm
God.
sorry. Sorry.
They know,
I'm
dude,
telling
they
you.
know. I can't believe she's going on about the bathroom. It's like, the bathroom.
I'm so sorry.
Actually,
I'm telling you, she's my Rachel. I'm sorry.
a lot of the times in my dreams, the bathrooms are not gender segregated. Like I go into a bathroom, there's men and women in the bathroom. But they're usually weird, like there'll be no doors, or there'll be like a urinal with a seat, or like it'll be like all kinds of weird configurations, and I'm like, this probably isn't real.
And then there's like a hole in the ground.
Yeah, all kinds of weird stuff. So I guess my brain just likes to design bathrooms, which is kind of fun. I like to see them.
Especially because we learned last week that you have to use a bathroom. Like if you went camping, you had to have a cabin.
What?
You told us last week during the stream that if you ever went camping, you had to use a cabin.
Yeah, because I have OCD.
Mhm.
That's one of my things is that I cannot pee anywhere that's not a bathroom. Like it makes me feel like a filthy human. Like I feel like I'm filthy
Yeah.
in my life if I ever like pee on the.
That's a very deep part of your subconscious.
It's like, so it must
That's
be
a very
like
deep part
subconscious,
of
but I'm like, I'm always seeking bathrooms because that's interesting.
Mm.
I like that.
Seeking
I
the toilet
like
can be
this comment from CB, which says, I'm designing Avatar The Last Airbender costumes for my friend. And I just realized, anyway, I'm done water and now on fire.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Avatar: The Last Airbender! Oh my god! I'm fangirly.
I just started learning to paint. I'm not great, but it's a lot of fun.
I
think
just like
that's
getting
what-
dirty.
yeah.
I like getting all covered in paint and been like, I'm a painter. We actually had the alarm guys come and, check out the house and figure out where they were going to put all the alarm systems and everything for the new house. And I had just unpacked all of my painting stuff, and the guy was like, are you a painter? Awesome. And I was like, well, I try.
Oh, Lisa is here. Hello, Lisa.
Lisa!
Yes.
Thank you guys for letting me come in late. I appreciate it.
Okay, I've
We were waiting for you.
Oh, thank you. I'm fascinated. Are you in your new house yet, BC?
I am. As you can see, I'm inside of the Purple People Eater right now, which is my new office.
That's awesome.
It's awesome is one word for this room.
It should be my house. It's all purple.
Oh, right.
Doll's house.
We could call it the
right. Leora says, actually, I'll write and edit chapter 21 of Witches and Demons. Exciting. See, Cat Mila is talking about her avatar, saying it's Gravity Falls style. I love Gravity Falls. That is a fantastic show. Sherry Turquoise says, working on writing what to say on the video about what's going on. Really nervous and scared about it. That's understandable. I think, that's understandable. Maybe if you're nervous, I don't know if you're already doing this, but you could also always run it by other people for feedback and see what they think if you're nervous about it.
Hey, shout out Sherry. She was showing the channel some love earlier this week.
Yeah?
Yeah, she even hopped in the Discord.
Sherry, you are awesome woman.
Aww.
Blind Mooch says, writing my last poem and then editing a novel. Exciting.
Nice.
All right. What else we got here? Oh, Seal Savvy's here. Where is she?
Hi, Seal
Yes.
Savvy.
Oh, Seal Savvy. All right. Oh, looks like we are She Who Must Not Be Named.
I'm taking that. I'm taking She Who Must Not Be Named.
I love that. I like this from Pat Benson saying, drafting a letter to representatives and senators regarding impact of structural racism on food insecurity in time for Fresh Veggies Day next week, since current administration put a hold on efforts to reduce food deserts by the previous administration.
Excellent. Put a hold on everything the previous administration did.
But Kat, I think that's awesome that you're, writing letters to senators, representatives. I have been like emailing local government, but I'm like, do they read it? Like, I hope they read it. I feel like maybe I should write more personalized letters, but I'm like, do they read it?
So from somebody who worked for a state level government official for a long time, I can tell you that the individual representative / senator or whatever doesn't read every single letter. They have a staff, they have a communications staff that reads every single letter and then basically compiles a report of bullet point information from each one that they then provide to them to be able to read as a briefing. And they'll bring them examples of certain letters here and there, been like, and here's the evidence for this letter, and here's the evidence for this letter, because sometimes they will ask, can I see that whole letter that went with bullet point whatever? And then you have to be able to produce that. So
okay.
I'm not saying every elected official does it that way, but conceivably, as far as I'm aware, that's the majority of how it's handled.
Okay, well, Kat, that's awesome that you're writing that letter. I really hope that helps make some difference, because if you guys, is this related to the video you just made? Kat Benson just made a really great video recently about racism and food inequality and public health and nutrition and how they're all like intertwined, and it's really good. It's a really informative video, so I recommend everyone check it out on her channel, Unlocked Nutrition.
Cool.
Great. Oh, Mary Wimbley's here. Hello, Mary.
Hi, Mary.
Sooner, but my computer wasn't showing updates. Kat is very sad about J.K. Rowling. Understandable. Let's see. Whoa, I got behind. I was so happy earlier that I was up to date on the comments, and then I got all the way behind again. You can't watch Star Wars casually. Robert Jones, Story Detective, is here with his Star Wars opinions.
Yay!
I was thinking about you, Robert, when when the Trekkies were, saying fuck Star Wars, and Robert, I was like, poor Robert, if he's watching, he's gonna be pissed.
Damn it, just came in at Dumbledore's game.
I know. I feel bad. I love Robert. I will say, I feel like he might not like me anymore if I said I can't watch the new Star Wars.
I hate Star Wars. We were talking about
No. He hates the new Star Wars. He hates the new Star Wars. It's shit.
Friendship Impact.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
This stream is pro Star Trek. It is not necessarily anti Star Wars, but
very pro Trek.
Yeah. Yeah.
And very, 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 very anti she who must not be named.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Somebody please private chat me and tell me what we're talking about.
Oh, Lisa, did you see all the stuff going on with J.K. Rowling?
No.
Well, the turf woman.
Oh,
The turf.
Again.
It's a hot dumpster fire of a mess.
She just over the past 6 months, she has repeatedly tweeted things about how she like things that basically delegitimized trans women, and she talks about how her experience as a biological woman is so important to her, and I was like, well, that's fine. Do you have fun as a woman? You don't have to put trans women down. Them existing too doesn't hurt you at all. But
no.
She's like this.
I just want to make a video that starts like, I'm so glad the world is finally catching up on you, monster. But I know that's so petty. I should not do that.
Do it. Yeah.
Do it. Point out all the different ways all the different ways leading up till now. She's buried herself in her prejudices and buried herself in her hatred. And I would do it if I were you.
Okay, so this is about me earlier being like, I don't think that the UK has freedom of speech the way that the US does. This is true. I was right. So there's two comments out there. Author says the UK doesn't have a formal constitution. I took a British culture class in London. Very cool. And Blind Mage says London has a law that you can't say anything rude to or about another person if caught you are in jail. Is that true?
How do the tabloids get away with it?
Right? Like,
Yeah.
the Daily Mail. Isn't the Daily Mail, doesn't that solely exist to say rude things to other people?
Ouch.
They're terrible.
Worst. CB says she was my hero when I was a little kid because of the writer thing, but ever since I found out about the Dumbledore thing. Yeah, the weird retconning of like, I forgot to put any characters that are anything other than straight white people in these books. So real quick, let me just retroactively say that it was there all along. Like, you can't do that. That's not how it works.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Morgan Lee says, I hate that JK has to be so problematic. I loved Harry Potter and I'm currently rereading them and pointing out all the issues with it. So that makes it fun. You know, I think it's a fun video series, like rereading Harry Potter now that I know how JK Rowling is as a person. And you read through and you're like, oh, here was a sign the whole time. Here was a sign.
Yeah.
Here's body shaming. Here's racism. Here's classism. Here's
Yeah.
ableism. Here's yeah.
Yeah, it's like the Santa Claus thing. Like once you know, your brain goes back and adjusts all the memories.
Okay, when you said that, I thought you meant the movie The Santa Claus was. I was like, what is she about?
That's a good movie.
No, I'm not saying J.K. Rowling should fall off a roof. I'm saying that once you learn, right? Once you learn about Santa Claus, your brain goes back and reevaluates all those experiences that you had where you discounted some, like, and fills it in with the actual information. So the things that you wouldn't have seen before, you might see now.
Pat Benson says to Doll that she's looking forward to seeing your J.K. Rowling videos.
Who?
Kat Benson. She said, I'm looking forward to seeing your videos about her, Doll.
Oh, okay. Oh, I really found my Rachel Hollis.
Yes, you did.
Oh boy. I mean, I always had her. Always had her, and since I started my channel, I was hinting that I wasn't happy about her. But just like you, Savvy, you were very cautious about it. I was too, because hey, I was just new. You know, I was a new AuthorTuber. I was not gonna come like I hate J.K. Rowling, because no, you don't do that. But I've been here for a year now. I can do whatever I want.
You create a little controversy now. Well, you're not the one creating it. You just be reporting.
Creations has a good point here. She who will not be named also said people are tricking autistic people into being trans as if autistic people don't have the mental capacity to question. She did imply
oh my god. Okay, we need to talk. Who is this? Savvy, who is this person?
Tuesday's
Who said that?
I actually don't know their name. I just know their Tuesday's Creations name. But yeah.
Oh, Tuesday's Creations. We need to talk. We really need to talk for this video.
Yeah,
I want to collab with you.
You Tuesday's Creations. You and Doll should collab. Yeah, Tuesday's Creations is awesome. They were in my video.
I know. I watched that.
Yeah.
I watched that.
That is. Guys, the Micah Stauffer video is catching up. It's almost my most viewed. Like the video about my huge boobs was my most viewed video for like 2 years. The Micah Stauffer video is catching up. It's at like 17,000 views now. So soon.
17,000.
People don't know as much about my adoption commentary as they do about my boobs. That's great.
Wait, sorry. What? Lisa said something. What, Lisa?
What?
You said something, then you cut out, Lisa.
Oh, I was saying 17,000 views is really impressive.
Yeah.
It is.
I was hoping that I would reach that again with the next video, but no, my other videos have all been like 1,200 or under since then. But okay. Can't last forever. Okay, so Tuesday's Creations recommends the hashtag #ActionAutistic on Twitter, and apparently a lot of people there are talking about J.K. Rowling's ableism, because she did have this part in her TERF manifesto where she was talking about how, like, young, like that, I guess that like trans men are just young girls with autism or something. She didn't say it exactly like.
Oh my.
She didn't say it, like that was kind of what she was implying. Well, she was talking about how like this explosion of there's so many girls with autism who think they're trans, and it was like, what are you talking about? What are you
Guys, if you see UFOs on the news going all over the UK, I'm abducting some people.
You know it's wrong. Friendly invasion.
Yeah, so everyone check out that tag because that part was like, what? Leora has a great suggestion here. Can we do a sprint and forget about her? Yes, we're going to do a sprint. I'm going to be working on my video about Rachel Hollis's divorce. So that is going to be a lot. I've been having fun editing an intro, but I still need to script out the actual like inner parts of the video. So guys, I'm gonna pull up a timer from Doll.
Yay!
Yay!
Thank you.
We love all timers. We love that. Everybody loves the bats. Doll, is that your most popular timer, the bats?
No, it's the least popular actually.
Oh, it's a pretty color.
Oh, kitty.
I have a rare appearance from my black kitty.
Oh, I'm waving like the cat. Like, hey, Lisa.
All right, here we go. Get ready to sprint, everyone, and go.
Excuse me.
Hello, everybody.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello. I was so wrapped up in editing. I'm still not scripting the video. I decided I wanted to, because I'm dividing my video into 3 parts, and I'm editing little intro sequences for each part. So I was like, I want to do that rather than scripting it, which means I'm just going to have to script it later, but that's where we are. How did you all do on the sprint?
I'm brainstorming for all that I need to say in my cancel J.K. Rowling video because it's coming. And Tuesday, I saw you on Twitter. We're definitely going to collab.
That is awesome. I
Oh,
love
God.
when collabs are born on the stream. Like, this is what, wasn't it on Lisa's stream where like the ableism in books collab?
Yes. Yes.
And tall,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes. That was awesome. It just like sprung up, which I love. We've had like so many great things that just happened on that stream. Like I'm super
Why
excited.
why all my ableism collaborations always spring from streams?
Because you're like with friends and you're like writing and all those creative juices are flowing. It makes total sense.
Looks like the last comments I had were about J.K. Rowling's ableism too, which are WTF, the fuck did I do here, and no.
Yeah.
Also, Heather, I think that's your first comment I saw. Hello, I'm glad you're here.
Oh, Heather.
And also, author Morgan Lee says that's the straw that broke the camel's back because I'm autistic and that's garbage. Yes, it is absolute garbage. She said
It's garbage.
so much garbage.
Garbage.
And someone had brought up, which I thought was an interesting point, was that the language was manipulatively worded. Like, and a lot of people even had the same reaction where they're like, I read through it once and we're like, oh, sounds reasonable. And then I looked at what the words actually were saying and I was like, wait, what? No, that's horrible. And I think it's because, you know, she
I mean,
wrote,
she's a writer.
yeah,
I
she's a
mean,
writer. She tried to write it in a very smart and academic sounding way so that you're reading it like, I see. And then you go back and you're like, wait, these big words don't negate what you're saying. So it's
She
like,
writes like a politician.
yeah, she was doing like politician shit in there.
Wow.
Yep. Power
Yeah,
corrupts.
I spent more than 3 years writing politicians speak. And
Ooh, BC, do a video about that if you haven't signed too many NDAs. Do a video about writing politician speak. I would be fascinated in that.
Well, she could talk about her new novel concept about a writer for politicians and just sort of, you know.
I mean, that's very useful if you have a character who's like an aspiring politician and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Then
I
you
want
can
it.
have about
Hello, Alley Cat. Glad you're here.
Hi, Alley Cat.
Hi.
Says, I don't know if I should talk about Micah Stoffer. Do it. That woman is
Do it. I already did. And I want to talk about her.
Do it. She's a terrible human being. Okay, then there's a few comments in here that I feel like will spark controversial discussion. So I'm going to ask my panel friends, do you guys want to have a controversial discussion? Or do you want to
Bring it.
keep it chill?
Bring it. Bring
Okay.
it.
Well, Joanne says something that I disagree with, but I want to see what you guys think, and I don't want to invalidate her experience either. So here's what she says. She has 2 comments about this. Here's the first one. I believe J.K. Rowling had a point about the group pressure thing. I'm 39 years old, and you wouldn't believe how many bisexual friends I had when I was 18. Now only 2 haven't changed their opinion. I mean, I don't disagree with that in the sense that I disagree that that happened to you. I'm sure it actually did. Like, I don't think you're lying to me. But that's an interesting point. I'm thinking about that. And
so anthropologically speaking, sexuality has always been very fluid.
Fluid, right.
And it's been wholly dependent on development of, you know, developmental species development and cultural development as well. So psychologically and sexually, we go through periods of very fluid sexuality and very fluid romantic feelings. So, and it's well documented.
Yeah.
And you see it more with women than you do with men, which there's a whole nother.
I think that can also be cultural. Like a lot of women are just more open to talking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, women are more open to discussing it and are more open to public displays of affection, whereas culturally men are not. So again, it is dependent upon culture and but yeah, anthropologically speaking, it has been well documented that sexuality can be very fluid.
Mm-hmm.
I think the fluidity thing is true, at least in my experience. When I was a teenager, I was like crazy about men. I also liked women too, but I was really into men. And then like in my early 20s, suddenly I was just falling in love with like every woman I met. So I feel like there's definitely a fluid aspect to it there.
Sure.
I have to say that something about the group pressure thing, because when I was a teenager, before I came out as ace, and I am openly, like, guys, I am the equivalent of homosexuals on TV being very openly gay. Well, I'm the equivalent, but in ace version.
I like to listen about that too. I think that's great.
But before I came out as ace, before that, I was trying very, very hard and I developed feelings for like every other smart guy. I thought I would like, oh, he's smart, I think I like that guy. And I was like trying very hard to have a crush and be open about it and be like other girls, because everybody had a crush and and I was trying to be the same
That's
thing.
what I've heard from most of my asexual friends and people in my life, actually, that they were like trying to force it, kind of.
Oof, it was so forced. I apologize if those guys ever find my videos. Hi, I'm sorry. It was shameful, okay? But then,
like DC was saying, you go through different stages in your life,
and they were probably trying to figure out some things too. So
no one knows everything right away.
Yeah, and recently, go ahead.
There's also where you were trying to divide out the difference between a sexual response to something, a romantic response to something, and a stimulating response to something, which ends up you had intellectual stimulation, but it didn't necessarily mean that it developed into romantic and or sexual feelings, which tons of us have gone through that, where we're intellectually stimulated by somebody, but we're not stimulated romantically, or we are romantically stimulated by somebody, but it doesn't necessarily mean we're sexually stimulated by them or intellectually stimulated. Sexuality is so much more than just sexuality. So
and like in my perspective, I am the kind of person nowadays that I know that I'm asexual, and I like, it was so liberating because now I understand myself a lot better, in a sense that whenever I have a thing because I'm into dudes, I have said that in my videos, I like dudes. I have never felt anything for a woman in particular, which I just think it's not there. But whenever I have a thing for a dude, it's like very platonic, and it's just like the sexual part is never there, like at all. It's like it just doesn't happen. So when people say, for example, that but you haven't found the right one yet, which is something that asexuals actually get very very often, it's like, I'm like, how are you so sure about that? Like, how do you know? Like, you don't know if I have a partner or not. I just don't like that. I mean, it's just it is a fluid thing, and I have had like stronger platonic feelings for this guy more than this other guy. Like once I met a cute guy at a hostel, and I thought he was really really cute, and I was like very into him in the sense that he's smart, and he likes reading, and he speaks Finnish. Oops, I just outed myself. Hi. Oops. But I mean, he's not gonna be watching this anyway, who cares? But yeah, I mean, he was really cute and smart, and I was very into him, but platonically, and that was it. And so yeah, but I mean, it gets confusing because of social pressure. That's where I'm going with this ramble, because social pressure immediately is like, ooh, you're into him, ooh, and you're like, not in that way. Not in that way.
I will say with what Joanne is saying, like, I had an experience, like my experience was slightly opposite of what Joanne is saying here, which is that, like, I will say I have experienced the fact that it's like, whoa, how are so many people in my life not straight? But what I've noticed is that I think people just gravitate toward each other that way. And I don't know what it is. But like when I started making friends in college, all of us were like, yeah, we're all straight. But like actually like 0 of us were. And it was first my one friend in freshman year, she's a lesbian, and we were like, okay, Amy's the gay one. But then it was like, it turned out we were all the gay one the whole time. And I mean, we graduated from college years ago, and most of us don't even live in the same location anymore. And none of that has changed. It's just that we all kind of gravitated toward each other. So I don't think we influenced each other in any way in that sense. It's just, it was a thing that we gravitated that way. And I don't know if there's a reason for that, but I feel like when some people say that there's like group influence, I can see what Dal is saying, especially since the norm is ending up with other people, or that's like what happens most commonly, that there would be group influence regarding asexuality. But I feel like there isn't really group pressure to be gay. That doesn't make sense to me.
No, that's not the case.
I'm not going to invalidate anyone's experience, though.
If group pressure worked to change sexuality, then all those people who are trying to convert, their gay sons and daughters, that would be working, and it never does, because
it never does.
You can't convince someone to be straight if they're gay, or straight if they're fluid, or fluid if they're straight. Well, you might be if they were drinking a lot.
Yeah. One other thing, Joanne, I'm not sure if this is what happened, but I know that I feel like a lot of people when they're younger will openly identify as bisexual, and then when they end up with someone that they're married to, they just identify themselves by that relationship forever. Which I'm not a fan of, but you can identify yourself however you want. I'm not going to tell people what they can and can't do, but like I know a lot of people who, like, if they married someone of a different gender, they would say, oh, I'm straight. If they married someone of the same gender, they would say, I'm gay.
It's a little bit of it. It really depends on. Missy, go ahead, because you are bi.
Your friends, but I'm not sure because I don't know your friends. But I feel like
I've found that I found that it works that way a lot. Is that a lot of people will identify with whomever they ended up with by saying, obviously I fell in love with this person, and so I must, while I might still appreciate women, I fell in love with and married a man, so obviously that makes me more straight than it makes me bi, which is ridiculous, because
that is ridiculous, because like I am married to a man, but I think I'm into women more often than men. It's just that I'm into Tyler the most out of everybody. So that's what happened.
I mean,
but I don't feel at all straight.
Yeah, I've been married twice, and I married a man both times, and it doesn't mean that I'm any less into women than I am into men. I just happen to fall in love with men. These couple of times, but other relationships I was in love with women, and so it's ridiculous on identifying who you end up with as being your permanent sexuality, because obviously, I mean, that one person is like the pinnacle of your sexuality, because they're obviously who does it for you, but not by saying that that's the end all be all, then you're almost deadening a part of yourself. So I don't know. That's just my opinion on it.
No, I feel that there might be a point in what Joanne is saying, in the sense that it really depends on where do you live as well, because some people, to make their lives a little bit easier, they will do straight passing. Straight passing is a thing, and a lot of people will just do it because they have to keep their jobs and they have to keep their career, and I mean, it's nasty, but
opposite, like into a different gender relationship just to make their life easier.
Yep.
Okay, I definitely think that happens sometimes. Yeah,
I mean, I saw that a lot. I'm sorry to say, but I saw that a lot in Hungary. Like
Yeah.
in Hungary, being gay openly is only allowed during Pride March, and then you see all the gays coming out, and you're like, I didn't know you were gay, and they're like, yeah, I am, but I have to keep it shut because I have a job. So
I didn't know that. That's wild.
yeah, I mean
Yeah.
it's awful, but it's awful, but
Yeah,
yeah.
I have a lot of Mexican friends. The same thing. Culturally,
Mhm.
being gay is not accepted, and so they keep everything under wraps, and they go straight passing, and they marry the person of opposite gender because they should, and they need that component for their disguise.
I have played my gay friend's girlfriend. I have been the girlfriend. They have been my boyfriend, and it was a cool alliance in a sense because then they see me with this guy and they think, oh, she has a boyfriend, and I'm ace as and they are okay because the
Okay,
girlfriend,
wait,
and yeah.
Not like a romance genre, but not actually romance novel coming out of that. If that makes sense.
I want to, but I'm afraid of the romance crowd. They scare me. Okay.
Friendly.
Have fun with it. Just write it as a fiction. Write it as a slice of life fiction or contemporary fiction, and throw in the romantic element to it. But whatever, just have fun with it. I think it could be a really fun, cozy romance. It could be a really fun, cozy romance to put out there in the world of, my gay friend's girlfriend.
That's
My friend's girlfriend.
It's a catchy title.
Either that or you can do it with like one of the ace puns, right? There's so many ace puns you could title it.
CB Ferenz at a gay have a really interesting comment at 11:14. If you can pull
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I got behind on comments because I wanted to address that comment fully because I am I don't know what happened, Joanne, in your friend's case, but I don't believe that people necessarily actually their sexuality will change depending on
other people's influence.
Yeah,
they're gonna try. They're gonna try hard. Trust me, I'm ace. They're gonna try hard to change you.
I don't think so. Maybe something else happened with your friend. I don't know. I can't say what happened in your life, but I don't think
there's also the stage. There's also the adolescent into adult stage of development where you are exploring sexuality. So most people around their late teens to about their mid-20s will self-identify as bisexual, but they never actually have an actual experience with someone of the same gender. So then eventually they drop the moniker of being bisexual because they just never had that experience. So they had the experience, tried it, and realized that while they may find other women very beautiful, that once they got down to the actual sexuality part of it, they weren't that into it. But so that can be confusing, and I think I don't have any statistics to back it up offhand or anything like that, but I know a lot of people late teen to mid 20s self-identify as bisexual, and that's simply because they're open to the possibility of experimentation. Whereas they never either have the experience or they eventually have the experience, which then tells them, okay, I'm not, or okay, I am.
Huh. Now, see, I didn't come out till I was 24 just because I wanted to be positive first. I was like, I want to make sure I'm 100% right on this. I'm not saying anything till then.
I was all of 15 when I actually came out as bi to my family. But before that, my oldest sister knew, because we went to see a movie of which after the movie, I turned and looked at her and went, man, that girl was hot.
Yeah.
Just like that.
Yeah, I was maybe like 12, I think, 11 or 12 or something like that. And I was just like, man, that girl was hot. And my sister was like, I fully support you in everything you do. Let's wait a few years before we tell mom.
Yeah, I have this memory. So when I was when I was 9, I was in love with Alexa Vega, who played Carmen in Spy Kids. I was in love with and obsessed with her, and she grew up to sell Young Living essential oils, and I'm very mad about it. Yeah, I'm very mad about it. But anyway, and then like in like middle school and high school, my brother and I liked all the same girls. Like it was always like that, but also I was like, I gotta make sure I'm 100% positive. I don't want to say something and be wrong, and then have someone blame me for the contributing to the inaccurate stereotype that it was a phase or something. So I was like, I'm gonna wait.
Oh yeah.
I waited literally 15 years before I was like, okay, I'm finally need to recognize this. Aw, hello, Spot. So CB has an interesting comment, which brings in the Generation Z perspective, which all of us on this stream are old as shit. So none of us have the generation. That's not true. We're not that old.
You're definitely
I
not.
don't know how old any of you are, but
I'm 29, 1991 over here.
oh, okay. I'm 27. Okay, we're not that far apart in age. Cool. So CB says, as a young person, there is some pressure in some groups to be some sort of minority. It's super unhealthy and weird, but I have friends who identify a certain way so that they can be part of a community, but that doesn't mean that all people who identify a certain way are actually that. Is that true?
Wow, I have perceived that actually, and I never wanted to say it because I don't want to come across as.
When I was in high school 10 years ago, being like a
minority was a bad thing.
Sexual or like was it gender relationship sexual minority, was that GRSM? I think that was not considered like cool then.
No, it wasn't. But like I have a theory for why this is, because I have perceived that. So CB, thank you for the comment. I have had that perception too. It's like, okay, now everybody wants to be gender fluid, queer, bisexual, they all want to be as queer and weird as they can. I have had that perception too, because I happen to be from basically all the minorities you can think of.
Right.
and
or if people were just comfortable being more open about it now.
Mm-hmm. It could be two things. One, people are more comfortable and being more open about it because the world is changing a little bit in the sense that we are opening up about it as a society in some places. Two, it could be the pressure of internet fame, because everybody wants to, when you start doing things on the internet, you have a business or a presence or whatever. If you have something from you that stands out, it's a lot easier to be noticed. And we live in this culture of notice me. And that's a big pressure on Generation Z, actually. It's bigger than for millennials. And so my theory was, okay, I mean, everybody is identifying as whatever and as whatever they can think of because they stand out. And, the internet is crowded than ever. So it's like harder and harder to stand out. So people are looking for ways to be more unique. I mean, it's a thing. Sorry, it's a thing. And I perceived it, and it made me feel a little bit uncomfortable, but I didn't want to come across as a nagging bitch, so I never said it, because it's just a theory. I could totally be wrong, and everyone is welcome to shut me up. So
no, I think it's good that you're sharing your thoughts. I think, though, that for the most part, right, like, obviously young people are first of all, if anyone out here is thinking of pretending to be gay to get attention on the internet, don't do it. Don't do it. It's a terrible thing to do. Don't do it. Second of all, I don't think that's what the majority of people do. Not that, I mean, I only know teenagers in the context of like teens I've worked with and people I've taught and that kind of thing. But from what I've seen, at least from my experiences, I feel like teens are more just like trying to figure themselves out rather than trying to gain attention. Because the majority of teens I know really just want to, like, they like being on social media with their friends, but I think most of them kind of just want to disappear because being a teenager is so stressful. So what you're saying, I mean, I'm sure that there are some people who have done that, and if you have done that, anyone out there who has done that, don't do that. Stop it. But
Also,
I
there's
feel like
Yes.
we have young people, I feel like they're just trying to figure it out, and like sometimes you might, try to figure out one thing, and that thing you realize later, like that wasn't it, but maybe this thing is it, and you don't always know.
Mhm.
Some people know, and that's just so everyone knows. That's not me saying like there are some people that like from the time they were like as soon as they could have coherent thoughts in their head, they were like, I know I'm gay, and now they're 90 years old and still gay. Like yes, that happens. But there's also things that happen where someone will just be unsure for a really long time. So
Right.
I think that
Yes.
that's probably more part of it. I don't think they're trying to gain attention on it. But again, I can never speak to an individual's motivation. I just would never put that motivation on a young person thinking that it's probably a lot more than that for them.
Yeah. Well, so
Yeah.
the other thing too, I think what you said about like sort of because being a teenager is all about trying on different identities and sort of figuring out where you fit in the world. The other thing is
that generation, even before it was acceptable,
right.
People were always trying out different, like trying to understand themselves. Yeah.
That's your whole job when you're a teenager, is to figure out who you are, and especially who you are apart from your parents. But the other thing is, I think in many ways, this generation is more supportive. And so, and I think about, so my Aunt Jerry is gay, and she came out, I mean, it's been tons of, like, decades ago now. At the time, it wasn't so, I was a kid and it wasn't such a common thing. And she had been married for a long time. And my mom is a very good sister, and she was very supportive. And so she sort of became like an honorary lesbian for like a year in support of my Aunt Jerry. And so she was very, not that she was a lesbian, but she was like super supportive. Yeah. And I think that probably a lot of teens are supporting their friends in that way. Like they're open to it. They don't know, they're checking things out, but also that there's, that there's some of that as well. So
yeah, there's also, I agree with that. I also think that goes to the sense of belonging, because as a species, we seek belonging because there's safety within the herd. There's I mean, that's seen throughout nature, throughout the animal kingdom. There's simply safety within the herd. So you gravitate towards a herd that you most closely identify with within that moment. And when you're, like Lisa said, when you're a teen, trying on identities because you're trying to find out who you are. Now, I agree with Savvy entirely. There are some people that with a coherent thought exactly what they are.
Yeah.
And they have no question of the matter. I knew I was bisexual, like immediately as soon as I began having like sexual thoughts. I was just like, oh yes, I like both.
I knew I was ace. I just didn't know the name. I knew I was ace. I just didn't know the name for it, and my friends were like,
you didn't know what the label was for it. And as a kid, I knew who I was. I didn't know what the label was for it either. I just knew I was an equal opportunist. Boy, girl, didn't matter.
That's why I didn't come out for a while too, is that I thought that that's just how everyone was. I didn't realize that people were attracted to only one gender, which like I should have realized, because that's how the majority of people I think are. But I also I just didn't realize that. So I was like, what's the use in coming out? Everyone's bisexual. But turns out that's not true.
It might have been also the case. It also might have been the case at the time that you were coming out, or the time that you were realizing what your sexuality was, is that the majority of people were one gender only specific sexuality. But that's not so much entirely true, because later generations have realized and become more open to the fact that we are sexually fluid, and that we do it, and they embrace it. So the later stage of Generation X, the millennial generation, and Generation Z are all very open to the fact that it's perfectly acceptable. So it might have been a minority at one point to be open to different sexualities, but it's not so much now.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, 'cause if you
Which
look
is
at that,
I
like,
like that.
is
I like
progress.
I like what CB says here, though, about the confusion
yeah,
of.
I was gonna say. I just want to say one other thing first. Like, wasn't it the norm to be like willing to be sexual with any gender back in like way, if you go way back? I feel like that was like the norm at the beginning of humanity. Like, not humanity, but the beginning of like recorded history.
Civilization.
Right. If we go
Yeah.
back to ancient Greece, if we go back to like eras with like
Dude.
pirates, like I feel like male,
The
female,
Greeks and Romans were so into.
and I think that was
Dude.
normal for everyone then. So
Yeah.
maybe we're finally getting back to that. Maybe I was right the whole time. I don't know.
Yeah.
But what
I agree.
here, I think is really spot on. I didn't realize I was bi because I thought I was jealous of other girls or I wanted to be their friend. I thought I was hashtag not like other girls. I was hashtag so quirky. When I was in high school, I was so quirky. And I was like, I hate all these other girls. No, majority of girls I thought I hated, I was attracted to. Looking back, I realized that. But I think that's a thing that happens for a lot of people.
Unfortunately, for me, unfortunately, I was hashtag not like other girls, and that wasn't cool. I was bullied hardcore every day, all day for being different. I mean, that's fine. I already got out of it. I'm fine. But I mean, it's a thing. Like what you said before, being hashtag not like other people was not cool. And like that's why I have that perception that nowadays not being like other people is actually cool because you stand out. And you guys are right, because a lot of people are still figuring out many things, not only in their teens. There's another thing that just kept me thinking. We live in a society now that is very sped up. Everything is fast. And we have a lot of stimuli going on. We have videos, we have TV, we have movies, books, music, news, people around us, so many things and so many stimulus, stimulus sources. A lot of people don't really have the time to sit down with themselves anymore. We are going from one thing to the next, one task to the next, and we just have to do things, go all the time. And who has time to figure things out when you're rushing? No one. So that's another thing. So a lot of people are still figuring out themselves, even in their late 20s and even in their 30s. So that could also be a thing.
I still have plenty of stuff to figure out about myself. I know that.
Yeah. So what Dahl was saying, there are two parts of human nature. We simultaneously strive for individuality and for uniqueness while maintaining a herd mentality. So we want to be part of the herd. We want the safety and security of people that share our same ideals, share our same self actualizations and self-realizations. And then on top of that, we want to but we still want to be the special one of that group. We still want to be the unique one, or in my case, the weird one, and stand out that way. So that's part of the two things, is trying to find ourselves a group, but also not wanting to just blend in with everybody else. So
and now we're getting philosophical, because that's just like the whole balance of life right there.
Yeah, it is.
I love the sleepovers.
Our sleepover always gets philosophical, and like this is a sleepover, guys. So like nothing we say here is like nothing here is us trying to teach you things or this is us and pondering how human life and sexuality works. So just in case anyone's in the comments like, you got this wrong, that's entirely possible. We're all just pondering our own sleepover.
I just have to say real quick that if I laughed at an inappropriate time, I'm sorry. I'm getting completely clowned in my own Discord right now by
everyone RK is the straight white man in this group. Tell him to get clowned on.
It's okay.
Tuesday's creations, said here, I think Gen Z is more open to questioning their sexuality and gender since LGBTQ culture is prominent on social media. It's more normalized, if that makes sense. I think that's a positive change, because it's like people who are, if you're open to questioning it, and if you question it and you're wrong the first time and there's no consequence,
It is.
there's no social ostracization or isolation from that, then like, that's good. I think that's a welcome change, and I like that things are getting to be more that way.
It's a very welcome change. It's we've seen it gradually in stages as more LGBTQ individuals are represented through the media. So we saw the millennials became far more open about their sexuality and exploring their sexuality as more LGBTQ characters were represented on television and in movies. And then as that exploded, we moved into social media, which is more in our face. It's not just a 1 hour episode or a 2 hour movie where we're being represented. It's constant, it's streaming, it's every second, it's up to date. And excuse me, I've had a lot of whiskey tonight.
Before I get out, we got to say what Morgan's saying here, which I think is hilarious. My group of friends started a gay club in 5th grade, and I'm 30. I don't know why, though. It definitely wasn't to be cool, though. We were all ridiculed, but none of us were even gay, so I don't know.
That's awesome.
I don't know why. That is like the funniest story I've ever heard. I love that.
Morgan, seriously, why aren't you writing a book about this?
About that.
That's a good coming of age. That's a good coming of age YA type of story. Morgan, jump on that shit right now.
Like, seriously, call it the 5th grade gay club, the 5th grade gay club or something. Morgan, please.
Oh, I love this point from Tuesday's Creations. Not being like other people is considered cool unless you're neurodivergent. If I had $1 for every time I heard something ableist in school, I could buy y'all a nice dinner. That's
there you go. We should totally collab.
Doll and I know a lot about ableism and its representation.
I have a question for you guys, if that's cool. Does it count? Does OCD count as neurodivergence, or is it ableist if someone makes fun of OCD?
So
I'm not sure.
It depends on the context of how it's delivered. So being able to have humor about a different ability is a good thing.
We do that all the time.
Yeah. We do it all the time. Doll and I go back and forth whenever it's me on her stream or her on my stream. We're always talking about the blind leading the deaf and the deaf leading the blind, and it's funny things that being able to be humorous is a good thing, but it depends on the context, and it depends on the intent behind it. It comes down to tone, like everything, like all writing, like all messaging.
Is OCD, does that count as a neurodivergence, or is that not a neurodivergence?
I think it's more in the mental health awareness category than the neurodivergence.
Kind of like had to crossover, or like if they were two separate things. I'm still learning what these terms all mean. I think neurodivergent is an excellent term, though. I'm glad it exists. But I didn't know if I fell under that or not.
The only thing I really know about OCD is that it's a subset of anxiety. And anxiety that I'm aware of falls just in the mental health category. But again, I have very, very limited knowledge on it. So
because from in my life,
you're right.
This is too personal, but in my life, I've noticed a lot of overlap between OCD and autism. I don't think I have autism. I've never been tested for it, so I have no idea. But from what I've heard from talking to people with autism who are telling me about certain things that they experience, like in terms of sensory input and in terms of the way that they interpret things, is very similar to the way I experience OCD. So I didn't know if there was some overlap, because I know that in a lot of ways, certain things that have to do with the brain are not 100% categorized or set in stone.
I see you're overlapping with autism and OCD, but the thing is that a lot of autistic people, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because I have not been checked for out. I have not been checked, so I don't know.
Yeah.
But I see that a lot of people with autism that I have interacted with, and please correct me, I'm open.
Yeah.
They do have OCD components within autism, so that's why they overlap. Because, like, for example, a lot of autistic people need a routine. They
Yeah.
need to keep a schedule. They need to, lots of things that they have in common. Yeah, like a pattern. So but it's because OCD is a part of anxiety, and a lot of neurodivergent people have anxiety. So that's why you perceive this overlap, but neurodivergence is a completely different thing.
Okay.
So it's
That's
just a component of. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay. I've considered like talking to my doctor about this too, because I feel like some of my OCD things seem to, like, from what I've talked to other people about, seem to fall in the autism realm. Just like the way that I understand like communications with other people, and the way that I perceive things with sensory input and things like that. So maybe there is some overlap for me. I don't know. I'll talk to someone about it. Anyone who's open to talking to me about it, who knows more about this, hit me up. I want to talk more.
Same thing. I'm always here for learning new
I
things.
want to
So,
learn more
like,
about myself and about you and about the world. I love
yeah.
what Leora says here.
I love
Okay, it's a straight white man being quiet for this discussion. I think that.
Sorry, RK. Sorry.
I'm chill.
He's having a good
He's
time.
a cool. He's a cool guy.
He says, guys, this is the highlight of my week. This is so much fun.
I'm so glad.
Okay, people here, Mary Morgan, are saying that OCD is a neurodivergence. So for divided by site, neurodivergence is like, it's basically a divergence, like the way your brain perceives things, kind of. So
You're
like,
wired differently.
wired in your brain. So like autism and ADHD, like things like that. I think are neurodivergence.
It's neurodivergence is the alternative perception of stimuli.
Alternative stimuli. That's okay. That's a perfect way to explain it. I love that.
It's the best way I can think to describe it. I don't know what the technical or the clinical definition is, but
I love this that CB says too. Teens are super supportive about mental illnesses in each other. I think that's wonderful. I'm really glad. I have a lot of respect for Generation Z. I think you guys are right about a lot of things. So CB, keep it up. Heather says it was so hard when I was young because there were so many mixed messages in the 70s and 80s when I was growing up, especially regarding being different in some way.
And there were.
Yeah.
There were, which is why a lot of Generation X, that's why a lot of Generation X will come out and say that they're very confused because the messages that they got growing up were so mixed, and now the messages that they get are so supportive. But the thing is they don't have a foundation to have started off of so that they know what to be in support of. And yeah.
Tuesday's Creation said ASD is autism, right? Is comorbid with ADHD, and I think ADHD is correlated with anxiety. I have ASD, ADHD, GAD, and MDD. I don't know what MDD is.
Ooh.
I'm sorry, you have to like.
ASD is autism spectrum.
Right,
Just,
and then what's MDD?
But
I'm not
MDD,
sure
I don't know that.
anybody in
Teens Creations, can you tell us what MDD is spelled out? We would appreciate it.
And that's the thing, it can get hard to tell what's caused by what in your life. Like I have a multitude of health problems, even like physical or mental health or anything in between. Sometimes it's hard to tell. I'm like, I have messed up
major depression? That's
major
mine.
Disorder.
That's mine. What the hell?
Major depressive
ADHD. Oh, major depressive disorder. I've never actually seen it spelled out with that acronym.
I haven't either. Audra says, I just got hired as a special ed teacher for autism, still learning, new job. Used to teach history, been working on the side with autistic history years. That's amazing. That's so great.
Thank you. Special ed teachers, the bomb.
They are the best.
I'm diagnosed with autism, so I'm still learning how my brain works. I also have ADHD. I've got a lot to unpack. Years of conditioning forcing me to be normal. I feel that.
Tell me about it.
Yep. Well, on the AuthorTube Sleepover, we are all very open about our lives. So let's get into another sprint, mainly because I want to start drinking. So
I wanna keep on canceling this woman. So yeah, let's have a sprint.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. We need to give Doll time to work further on her J.K. Rowling She Who Must video. Meanwhile, I'll work on Rachel Hollis, who didn't do anything wrong this time. Well, her divorce, her
don't know.
She's welcome to get divorced if she wants. It's just a little shady that she charged people so much for unlicensed marriage counseling when her sibling was out. But
oh, Lisa, you have to get on that train. Lisa,
Lisa. All right.
Oh God! I'm always the last to know these things. If it weren't for you guys, I would I'm just stay in my little office and do my little thing. So thank you for letting me know that the world is happening.
All right, and here we go. Everybody, get ready and do your thing. Hello, everybody.
And we're back. Hello.
Back. I am having so much fun editing this video. Guys, I just posted on Instagram right now what my video editing timeline looks like for this video before I'd even filmed anything.
You're a brave woman, Savvy.
Well,
I need to learn to structure my videos instead of just ranting the crap out of stuff like I did with Micah Stauffer.
well,
I need to just
like with my video about Micah, I really did just rant. For the one about Rachel's divorce, I wanted to make a video essay. Like I wanted to do it like I'm doing a 3 paragraph essay, but as a video. I want it to be like documentary style instead. So I do a lot of different kinds of videos, I feel like.
I need to organize myself. I don't know organization. What's
now.
that?
My cup that says drinking puts the lit in literature.
Ooh.
That's awesome.
All right, let's catch up on the comments.
There was a lot of diagnosis talk in the comments, and thank you, Heather, for all the insights. Heather is super insightful. Like if you don't follow Heather, she has a channel. If you don't follow Heather, I don't know what you're doing. Go fix that.
All right, so wait, Steve is here. Steve is RK's friend who gained like 1,000 YouTube subscribers in like 2 weeks. I don't know how he did it, but he is
awesome.
4 videos a day.
Did he really?
4 videos a day for 2 months. Yeah.
Well, that's a lot. That's a lot.
That's a
that much
full-time
to say.
YouTuber.
Like, nobody wants to hear me talk that much ever.
Well, that's the perks of reaction videos. People aren't really there to listen to us. They're just there to listen to music on a different channel.
Exactly. That's what all the Nightwish videos are. That's what all the Nightwish reaction videos are.
If I do a reaction video, like my Micah Stauffer video is basically a reaction to her bullshit apology or whatever that was supposed to be.
Oh, but that's different. Like that, people actually want insight on that. It's not like listening to their favorite musician where they just get annoyed with the more you pause it because they're like, I was really getting into that song.
No, but that's what I like about your channel is that like you do a like a literary music analysis. Like you'll be like, let's break down this rhyme scheme here. I love that. That's what
I love that shit.
For.
I live for it. I live for those things.
I'm
a big
the music anyway. I watch your channel so I can hear you break down the different like writing elements of it.
Yeah. I like, for example, all the Nightwish reaction channels, because a lot of people are like music channels, but the Nightwish fandom is so big and so loud that everybody ends up reacting to Nightwish, whether they like it or not. And that's why we have even rappers reacting to a metal band, because the Nightwish fandom is like, you have to listen to Nightwish. And I have to say, I'm also guilty of this. So RK, if you haven't heard Nightwish, there you go. You have to react to Nightwish. You're going to have a lot more subscribers.
Who's Nightwish?
Oh my! We are not friends. You're canceled.
Not like that's what I don't know what Nightwish is either.
Wait, time out.
That's it.
Because I haven't heard of a Finnish metal band. That's the specific criteria for me getting canceled.
Totta kai. Okay.
That's incredible.
It's a Finnish metal band. Okay, it's the biggest. It's the biggest Finnish metal band ever, and I love it. And if you don't, so RK,
I'll react to them tomorrow. Send me a song. I'll react to it tomorrow.
Ooh, wait, what kind? Do you like more sciencey music or more fantasy-driven music, or what do you like?
I've never been asked that question. I've never been asked if I like science.
I'm gonna. Okay, how long do you want a short? Okay.
Since it's a new band, I would love a short one, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to send you a short one, and then I'm going to send you a 10-minute one, and then I'm going to send you a 24-minute one. It's going to go in crescendo.
Yeah, that's like an episode of Rocket Power right there.
We're like a music dude, so together we should collab and make a diss track for Rachel Hollis.
I mean, I would, but she's going through a divorce right now, and I really don't want to like pile on.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I won't do a diss track for her right now. I'll do a diss track next time she does something.
I want to wait till she's
Next
at her
time she does something
strongest.
stupid.
Next
which
time
will
she
be
does something
so-
stupid, I'll put a diss track out, but not while she's going through. Right now, I'm already making an essay analyzing her divorce.
We can diss Dave though
Yeah, if
during
you
the divorce.
marriage your brand, if you make your relationship what you earn money off of in the public eye, you gotta expect that when you're going through relationship problems, the public is gonna comment on them. I don't like when people come out here like, I hope you can give us a moment of privacy during this time. It's like, no, you didn't ask for a moment of privacy when we were paying you for it, or you were monetizing your relationship. So now that it's going, like, it's the same thing with Micah Stoffer, right? She's like, give us some, respect our privacy. Like, no, you monetize this child, and now you're
Have you
Exactly.
have you
That's
seen
what I.
Girl Trip?
That was what I was gonna say.
my privacy. I wouldn't have put myself out there as a public creator if I expected my privacy to be respected. I don't.
Steve's back, so I'm terrified now. Have any of you seen Girls Trip?
Seen what? Girls Trip? I've been
Yeah.
wanting to see that. It looks really good.
Oh well, the whole Rachel Hollis thing reminded me of one of the main plots in it, so I'm not going to go into detail if no one has seen it.
I like Blind Mage says,
Okay, Shelby.
into a drinking game, shot every time JKR is mentioned. We could do that.
J.K. Rowling, J.K. Rowling.
Joanne.
Oh man.
No, Joanne.
BC and
The
I
comments, Joanne. Yes, Daria was better. Daria was better. I love Floor. Don't get me wrong. I love Floor. And RK, I'm going to send you the 3 singers that were the main female singer for Nightwish. So you're going to react to all that. You're going to react to Nightwish whether you like it or not. But yes, I agree, Joanne. It was better with Daria.
You're an impressive little person, aren't
She
you?
really feels this band. She really feels this band.
Yeah,
Okay.
dude.
She does.
That's
I mean, I'll react to whatever you send my way.
hard. That's what I love about her. She's a fan of something. Like, she is a fan. She goes hard for it, and I love that.
Hardcore.
I love that.
Does Duolingo have their language on it? Because like I'll react in native tongue.
Finnish?
Yeah.
No. They
Pick it up for the video.
What?
I said,
Oh
do you
my God.
finish, or are you gonna just pick it up for the video? She's
All of
pick
the
it
above.
up, finish.
Wait, why don't you like have Doll translate it for you on the video? Then it could be a collab.
What?
Then it could be that could be fun. I could also learn
Ooh.
Klingon and just do a reaction video in Klingon.
Well, if you learn Klingon, then we have to make a diss track in Klingon together.
I don't speak
That
Klingon,
would
but
be-
okay.
I want in on the Klingon diss track
Look,
because
they
I
really
know
want to
it's
know if you can't see it right now because
I
it's
was
bright.
using Duolingo to learn Klingon, but that little bird annoyed me so much, so I stopped.
They really want to know if I'm new to Klingon or already know some.
How many Klingon words do you know?
I know Klingon.
You know the word Klingon, and that's it.
Yes.
Then we're new to it.
Yeah, you're new to it.
So in the language Klingon is spelled like with a lower THL for the K sound at the beginning. So it's
This
spelled.
is one aggressive language. Wait, I'm taking off my headphones. I'm gonna put
It's
this on
not
the
easy
mic.
to learn because uppercase letters and lowercase letters, they don't indicate like beginning or end of sentences. They indicate they have different sounds.
Yeah, they have
They're
different sounds.
different sounds, and also the structure of it goes object, verb, subject, and it's like so far from probably any language you know. And any language I know, that's why I'm not fluent in it. That's why I can say like a couple phrases, even though I've spent time trying to learn it, because it doesn't come easily.
It's
No.
really, really hard. I mean, you're probably like more
Did you hear
advanced
that?
than I am at it, but it's really a hard language to learn.
It is.
Nukenet. Nah.
Oh, nuchnech? That means
Nukenet.
Nuchnech.
They say like so. Nuchnech is what do you want?
Nuchnech. What do you want? Yep.
Yeah, because that's how they say hi. They don't say hi. They say what do you want? Kind of like
Say what you want.
they don't say
It's get to the point kind of language.
stress. Yeah.
It's very much a get to the point language.
It's like Finnish.
Yeah,
Get to the
yeah.
point. No
Like
small talk. We don't know what that is.
Says it's like Finnish.
Biaja.
Sorry?
What was that again? Okay.
Biaja.
What's that?
I'm not sure what that is.
I don't know.
Do
that.
you understand? No, we don't.
Oh, I guess we didn't. We did not understand.
You did not understand.
Okay, Klingon's wild.
Like his Tinder combos.
Like in that
Those are
language.
good
or
Tinder combos. I've had some
So
really
Heather
those are
says
good
I
Tinder combos.
so much about stopping my autism, love, and acceptance shit. Like not doing videos for it anymore. Why?
Oh,
Why not? Or why
this is a
four?
lot of work. How
That's
come,
Well,
Heather?
having two channels is a lot of work. But and
Honestly,
there's more work.
I had 2 channels. Chewy has his own channel, and it's linked in my video description. But I haven't uploaded to Chewy's channel in months because I'm like, I cannot manage 2 channels.
If anyone wants
No,
to
that's
collaborate
hard.
with Klingon, I'll happily learn with you. This is not a language I want to learn alone.
That's good because when I
Same thing.
All right there with you, RK.
well, I had to learn it alone because nobody wanted to learn Klingon with me. But now BC will learn Klingon with me. RK will learn Klingon with me.
So, do you want me to like make a Duolingo club on here, and anyone who wants to learn Klingon, we can have like this competition club?
Yes.
I'm here for it.
Gosh, you guys.
Yeah, we're gonna learn Klingon, and we're all gonna be fluent by next week,
I hope so.
and then we can have a live in Klingon.
The live stream is going to be
Oh boy.
next week.
Nuchnech.
We'll greet each other by going Nuchnech.
Nuchnech. Yeah.
And then when we sign off, that should be my video. Instead of going, don't forget to support small businesses. I just go, well, I think it was on BC's stream where I showed people I have a foot tattoo in Klingon, but I don't want to like. Every time I show it off, I feel like I'm like gonna let the foot fetishists go wild. So I always feel weird.
Wow.
What is the tattoo say in Klingon?
Here, I'll just show you all my foot. So if you have a foot fetish and you're in the audience, it's your lucky day.
Woo.
So this is
Oh boy.
Oh my gosh, look at that.
It says kapla in Klingon script, so like success.
Oh, that's fun.
I got it at the start of my second year of grad school because it was about close to a year after I'd started my business. And I was focused on finishing up school and running a business, and I was so overwhelmed. But I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go into this with like some Klingon power. So I got a Klingon tattoo for it.
Go into it with the force of a Klingon.
J.K. Rowling, Take a Shot is canceled. I feel like I got to get into something new, and Star Trek is probably it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. We can
Yes.
watch Star Trek together. Okay.
Yes.
RK,
Yes,
I've been
yes.
looking for years for someone to do this. I want to do this YouTube segment I've been wanting to do for years. And every time I find someone who might want to do it with me, they're like, no, actually, I don't want to do this. I want to do a YouTube series about how Star Trek and Degrassi are the same show, about how they're in the same universe. And they
I've
exist
never
parallel.
seen Degrassi.
I think Degrassi and Star Trek are the same show. So
I mean, I have zero opinion on that because I've only seen Degrassi, but I am halfway there because I've seen every Degrassi episode, including.
Okay, well, I guess I'm halfway there because I've seen
from
every Star Trek.
1979, RK.
Okay, I have not seen the kids of Degrassi.
Which is good. Don't bother with it. It's shit. The
But
quality.
the others, yeah.
It's like home movie level.
Well, now I feel like I need to see Degrassi.
You do.
Okay.
It's the greatest show ever outside of.
Degrassi is great, dude. Like, I need to edit. I had a Degrassi fan video edit that I was gonna do for a while, where I was gonna take clips from Degrassi Junior High, Degrassi High, and then a few from like the beginning of this first season of Degrassi: The Next Generation, and cut them up and put them to the song "Photograph" by Nickelback, just because I think it'll be perfect. But I haven't gotten there yet.
To answer your question, yes, I'm very interested in a Star Trek Degrassi crossover series.
I've been wanting for a while to write. I feel like let me know if you guys think this is a good idea, because this is a dumb idea I had like 3 years ago and haven't pursued yet because of how much work it would take, and if it's stupid, I don't want to pursue it. But Star Trek got a shitty reboot in 2009, which I don't count as canon because that's just J.J. Abrams borderline.
Doing J.J. Abrams things.
It's not even. I won't even call it his fan fiction because he's even admitted he's not a Star Trek fan, so it's his like business fiction. I'm not here for it. So that's another parallel between Star Trek and Degrassi. Nothing that comes 2009 or after counts. That's a big one.
Like every other remake and reboot, like every other retelling and remake and reboot of these days. I mean, seriously.
I want to make a reboot of Degrassi, but do a reboot of it the way they did a stupid Star Trek reboot that sucked, but I would want mine to not suck. But I would do it as like a movie trilogy, a 3-part thing, and it would be called Degrassi the Motion Picture.
Go for it.
I think I'm gonna, and I'll write it out as fan fiction, and like the beginning of it, it'll start with Spike getting pregnant with Emma in 1987. It'll be good shit.
You know who's a huge who's a huge Degrassi fan who might be into that? Kevin Smith. He loves Degrassi.
I love Kevin Smith. Although, as much as I love Kevin Smith, he fucked up the 5th season of Degrassi. Like, he went and my theory is that Kevin Smith grew up watching Degrassi as a teenager and wanted to make out with Caitlin because he thought she was hot. And then when The Next Generation came on, he came on an episode and made out with Caitlin on the episode as an adult. And ruined her relationship with Joey, which was going very well. Caitlin and Joey together. They are like the ultimate ship. In my Degrassi fan fiction reboot, they're going to end up together at the end. Spoilers, because I could not handle Kevin Smith coming in for a 2-episode thing, playing himself, making out with Caitlin, which I'm like, I feel like that was some like toxic masculinity teenage dream kind of thing.
Well, some strong feelings about this.
Okay, Heather, I don't think we're on the same page actually, because Star Trek The Motion Picture is one of my favorite movies of all time. I think it is the best Star Trek movie ever made. Unless you mean the reboot Star Trek, which I agree those suck and they don't count.
So just to point out, so we don't have internet yet at the house, which means we don't have any kind of streaming service. So the only thing we have is our PlayStation and whatever I own on Blu-ray, which what I own on Blu-ray happens to be TOS Star Trek movies, digitally remastered. So that is all I have been watching. So today I watched Undiscovered Country today, and I was like, I don't know why most of these movies don't rank higher on my favorite movies of all time list.
So good.
I don't know, like, part of the Trekkie in me was just like, I guess probably because I just don't watch original series enough.
I love the original. I've also like spent way too many hours reading original series fan fiction.
Yes. Now
Like,
I have actually read a lot of I don't like fan fiction in general. I'm like opposed to it most of the time, but original series fan fiction I'm all about.
It's so good, and because it's like culturally significant. I feel like Star Trek the original series was like the start of like fan fiction as a like social subculture type of thing.
Yes.
It didn't, like, people wrote fan fiction for whatever. They'd write Shakespeare retellings or whatever they wanted, but when Star Trek came out, people like started putting in the effort to be like, okay, we are going to make fanzines with our fan fiction in 1970 or whatever and pass them around.
It did. It had a really large boom for fan fiction, a large boom for writers, for the everyday writer to be able to come out and be able to like produce content.
That's one of the subplots I've been working on in 90s Kids, which is the novel I'm working on right now, where they go back to 1989. One of them's a Star Trek fan, and she gets involved in Star Trek fanzine subculture.
Wow, nice.
Yeah. But yeah, no. So I know everybody has this stupid thing. So again, I'm drunk now, so I'm going off on my Star Trek opinions. Everything out there is like, of the original series movies, like the even numbered ones are better than the odd numbered ones. I think that's a fucking lie. The even numbered ones, specifically 1 and 3, are the best because they're the gayest.
Oh my god, life happens through you.
Where it's like every time like a straight boy tries to tell me that his favorite Christmas movie is Die Hard, which happens all the time. That's like such a straight boy thing. They'll always be like, you know what my favorite Christmas movie is? It's Die Hard. I'm like, great. Do you know what my favorite 80s rom-com is? Star Trek 3, The Search for Spock. And they'll be like, this is a rom-com. It's my favorite.
It's not a rom-com.
It's not a rom-com. I'm like, great. Die Hard's not a Christmas movie. Star Trek, The Search for Spock.
Oh my god.
Rom-com, 100%. It hits all the rom-com beats, has a rom-com structure. That's what it is, 100%. I will die on this hill.
It's a rom-com.
Hold it.
It's a rom-com.
Now, see, when I do my Degrassi reboot trilogy, Degrassi 3 is going to be The Search for Spike.
Okay.
So,
Is the main goal of the protagonist to end up in a relationship?
yes, I would say so. Yeah.
Really?
Well, it's to save the other person
In a
from
friendship.
It's
If
well,
they end up in a close friendship.
in
It's a bromance. It is a
I wouldn't
bromance.
Elements of romance is not a rom-com.
a romance between two same-sex characters that you could have on TV at that time.
All right. Do they end up together at the end?
Yeah.
Are
Yes.
there hijinks along the way?
Lisa, wait. I have a great idea for a collab. Lisa and I are gonna watch Star Trek 3 and discuss whether it's a rom-com. It'll be like debating the merits of Star Trek 3 as a rom-com with rom-com noted expert Lisa Daly.
Okay.
Please let me be in on that so I can be in as the neutral actor.
You could be there.
I love you guys because I would never watch that for anybody else.
Star Trek 3 is, in fact, a rom-com.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll watch it. We'll see. I'll do it.
Yay!
It's also like, I feel like if you watch it on its own, you might be like, I don't know if that's a rom-com, but if you watch everything that leads up to it, starting with the
I'm
spirit,
not watching 7 of those movies.
You'll watch 2 others.
Star Trek is the shit.
Okay. So
Lisa, this is what we'll do. We'll get together and we will stream watching it together so that we can throw popcorn and make crack jokes and
I
stuff
want
like
to
that.
be there.
So we'll
I
make
need
it
to.
fun.
I need to be there. I need to be there because I need people describing what the.
One of these things will have an AuthorTube sleepover where we'll all watch Star Trek, and I will get demonetized as hell.
No shit.
we're like, no, it's for educational purposes. Because
We're watching
I decided it's a rom-com.
You're helping a blind person watch TV. You are doing something
Right?
good. You're helping.
That's educational. Helping a blind.
I wanna be there just because I want people describing everything for me because that's why I don't watch TV.
This is reminding me, I need to make a Star Trek alignment chart video because, like, most people from my videos, they don't know what my third most watched video is because everyone knows my most watched video is about my boobs. My second most watched is now about Micah Stauffer. My third most watched video is an alignment chart I made about the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney video game series, where I put a chart that was like from like this side it was like classy functional disaster, and then it was like straight, gay, bisexual, asexual, and then I categorized everyone. Like Phoenix Wright was the bisexual disaster, and then I categorized everyone from there. And that's like my third watched video. It has almost 10,000 views that came out of nowhere.
Wow.
And I need to make one for Star Trek because I made one on paper for Star Trek, but I haven't made a video about it yet.
So I made one about Firefly, but I haven't made one. Well, I made half of one about Star Trek Alliance.
I love Firefly. Love
I need to
Firefly.
watch Firefly. I've seen the first episode a couple times over, but I haven't watched all of it.
Love
Oh, you
it.
gotta
I haven't
watch it
watched-
all.
I have no idea what's going on.
You gotta watch it all. It is so well written. It is
It
so
is.
well written, and it is so
And
sad
Nathan
that they ended
Fillion,
it so
awesome.
quickly.
Love
Oh,
him.
and the acting is amazing, and everything that goes along with it is amazing. But the writing is just spectacular. It is
it's really
Joss Whedon at almost his finest.
Yeah.
But
It's-
what is it?
Okay, Heather up in here. When I was in high school, the science teacher would bring their copy of Star Trek 3 and play it while the teacher did their grading.
that's crazy.
I appreciate
Oh my
the fact
God.
that people are still on this stream when it is this late at night and we're drunk as hell.
I can't believe I
About
saw this stream. I have to get up super early in the morning. I love you guys. God.
You hung in just because you love us so
Guys,
much.
I had a rough day today, so I left Lisa's stream early to do my job. I did a bunch of interviews, and then I was like, I'm really craving pasta. I'm going to make a nice pasta dinner for me and Tyler. So I made this nice dinner. I used up all the pasta we had left. I found and I was like, we don't have enough pasta, so I'll put some shrimp in it. So I made the shrimp, and I
Oh my god.
pulled off all the shrimp. It was great. And I made it all, and I was like, this is going to be delicious. And I put it in bowls, and I was like, you know what'll be great? Like some Parmesan cheese on top. So after I finished dinner and served it in bowls, I dumped cheese into our bowls and realized the cheese was moldy. The cheese was moldy. Pasta and all the shrimp, and then I dumped mold into it.
Oh, no.
Crying because I was so mad because I never cook, and I finally decided to cook and make us a nice dinner. And this is like last time I tried to make me and Tyler a nice dinner was like 3 years ago, and I ended up being an allergic
Oh.
cat.
Oh, no.
We didn't know about it. And I'm like, every time I cook, this happens. So then we had to order food instead.
What'd you order?
You probably just rinse off the pasta and the shrimp and
Well, it was like all like because it was all
everywhere.
separated in sauce, and then
I'm so sorry.
I was worried I wouldn't get all of the mold out because it was like blue and green cheese in the mold. And I did not even know
You
because
have to have that Parmesan for like 9 years because it takes a long time.
and
Yeah.
then the mold was all in the bottom, and I was just so upset about. Yeah, Mary gets it. Mary says that sounds like I. Sometimes I'm like, I want to make.
What are you doing, BC Brown? You're sideways. There you go.
Sorry,
You know how I
my phone's
feel
gonna,
right
my
now.
phone's gonna die soon, so it was telling me it was going to battery saver unless I wanted to turn it off.
Wow.
Oh.
So that was
Sometimes I'm sideways, Lisa. Okay, sometimes I'm sideways.
I need to go sideways and lay in my bed.
I am already laying in bed because it's 1:30 over here.
Just go get in my bed. I'm sure Mike would love that. Oh my god.
Anyway, after the failure of a dinner, we watched Star Trek: The Next Generation, so it was all good.
Wait, there's a
all
Star Trek
better.
The Next Generation?
Happy ending.
Oh
Yeah, there's a Star Trek: The Next
yeah.
Generation. How
So
do you
it is
not know
Degrassi.
that, RK?
It's totally
That's what I'm
Degrassi.
saying. Star Trek: The Next Generation, and
Degrassi, The Next Generation gave it a break.
but it's not.
No rep.
Okay, I'm gonna make a Twitter thread about this right now on our next sprint, guys. We're doing another sprint. I just decided it.
Someone help me understand Duolingo. I'm trying to make a group for us and I can't.
I don't know how to use Duolingo.
If anyone knows how to
Hey.
make a on
I've
group,
never used it, but I've never used it, but I'm interested in learning how to use it.
I wanted to use Duolingo, so I downloaded the app. because I wanted to learn, like, practice my Finnish and improve it, because Dad cannot teach me that alone. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna be a good girl and learn Finnish on my own. They don't have Finnish. I wanted to kill somebody.
But they have Klingon. They have
But they
Klingon.
have Klingon.
I hate you guys. I hate
They have Klingon and they don't have Finnish. I'm
I-
gonna kill somebody.
They also have High Valerian.
Oh
You
my
want another
God.
fan?
You guys are
Oh, God.
awesome. I know you're going to be up till 4 in the morning, and I totally want to be here with you, but I cannot.
All
So,
right.
Good night,
Have an
Lisa.
Thank you
I
so
love
much
you.
for being here, Lisa.
Who wants to play a game of chess against me while we do this next sprint?
I know, right? All right.
All right, guys. Next sprint incoming.
I
Go.
will- I'll send a chess challenge link to anyone who wants.
Hello, everybody. We are back.
And we're back.
We
Yay.
are that was probably the last sprint, I would say.
Yeah.
Did some video editing, and I made a long Twitter thread about how Degrassi and Star Trek are the same show. I
Yeah,
feel
you
like
did.
there's more, but that's all I can think of right now.
Yeah. Same thing. My brain is just going sideways because I'm still dealing with all the stuff that I'm dealing personally. Many together. So yeah, So when it's 2 a.m. in the morning, it's like my brain is like, enough. I'm done. RK, we definitely have to get in contact for the Nightwish reaction stuff. So hit me up on Twitter or Facebook or Messenger or whatever, and I'll send you some links.
Oh,
I don't
definitely.
want to leave, but I have to leave because my phone is at 4% battery and my charger is in the bedroom where the partner is sleeping. So I'm not gonna wake up.
Understandable. Everyone who's still here, first of all, thank you. Second of all, make sure you subscribe to BC Brown's channel, BC Brown Books.
Yeah.
Thanks, Abby, for having me. I always appreciate it. Always have a good time.
Thank you for being here.
All right.
Bye,
See, oh,
BC.
by the way,
Oh yeah, I want to see your painting. Okay, so this is what BC made on the stream.
Yay!
so I was thinking about Lauren when I was painting it. I was thinking about storms and
I love that
raging
sky.
waters and so
Your sky's really beautiful.
thank you. All right, so that's what I did while I was on the stream today. It's not finished, but it's getting there.
It's awesome. I love it. I'm so glad you did that.
All right, well, thank you so much, and I will see y'all later. Stay weird with your words.
Yeah, stay.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
This is my first
We're
time
wrapping.
I've gone over 3 hours. That's pretty cool.
I really like the sleepovers.
Me too. Well, because I was exhausted, and so then I took a nap for like a half an hour, and then I drank some iced coffee. So now I'm awake, and now I'm drinking bourbon.
Oh boy. I also had a nap in the afternoon because, like I said, I actually had a rough day, but the sleepover is making me like a little bit more comfortable.
Oh, that's
in the sense
good.
that
I'm so glad.
Yeah.
I'm sorry you had a rough day today.
It's like a rough time in general. Like I have a lot of things going on, things within the community and with like outside the community. It's like so many things just piled up, and I was like, I cannot host a stream on like that. I just cannot. But I was like, no, but I'm not gonna leave Savvy, so I promise I'm gonna be there. And
thank you. I'm so glad you're here.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here, and it actually helped a little. I mean, I feel a little bit more like I can handle this. Like I feel that's the feeling I'm having right now. It's like, okay, I can handle this. I think I will. I'll handle this.
That's great. I'm so glad. I feel like the AuthorTube community is like the most supportive community. I mean, the anti-MLM community is too, but that's separate from this stream, I guess, somewhat. But the AuthorTube community has been so supportive of me in everything. Like, I remember the other week I had posted that tweet I got from that one like homophobic Twitter account. And I just meant to vent about it. And like 60 people went and reported the account immediately. And it got taken down. And I was like, that's incredible. You guys are all just so amazing.
Same thing happened with my little super fan. And like the super fan went after another AuthorTuber's comment. So yeah, and everybody was like, oh, I reported him. I was like, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, everyone is so wonderful in this community. RK, you got to make the AuthorTube movie tag.
Definitely.
Sorry, I'm in the middle of this intense chess game against this Indian dude, and I'm trying to crush him right now, which I think I am doing successfully.
I don't know anything about chess, but so guys,
is going down.
You probably don't know this. RK and I work together. So we're
always on the same page.
Yeah.
Your coworkers?
Yeah, we're coworkers. Well, at Forever Home Friends, he's the Forever Home Friends social media manager. So technically
hey, that's cool.
I'm technically his boss, I guess, which is weird. I don't
Sorry, I just beat the guy in chess, so I'm good. Okay, yeah, Sabby's my boss. I run the Instagram for
yeah, we work together, and every Friday we have a business conference call, but like the first 30 minutes will be us going over the numbers and statistics and talking about marketing strategy. And then we'll just continue on the phone for the next 3 hours, gossiping about booktubers and shit.
It's the best. It's the best routine meeting ever.
We're like, all right, well, now that we've figured out next week's Instagram strategy and looked at the projected numbers for next week, did you see what this booktuber did? The audacity of that bitch! What?
Oh, Gabby, our standing appointment's my favorite time.
Yeah, we always meet at Friday at 4 or 5 p.m. And it's the end of the day, and we're like, all right, we'll get the business out of the way, and now we'll just gossip like we're still at the sleepover.
It's actually the best. It's the time of day when I can sit down, I can have a piece of candy.
Tea time. Leora says, I need a social media
time.
Games. Hit up RK. He's a great social media manager. He's killing it.
Yeah, it's quarantine has been awful in every way except business, I guess I should say.
Well, okay, so quarantine has been awful in terms of Forever Home Friends. It's not been good for that because we, literally we sell most things in person and do school visits, and I took a huge loss from quarantine. But it's been good in terms of all of my freelance work. Because one of my freelance jobs is that I do copy editing for a finance company. And now they have so many articles that have to come out about how the virus is affecting the economy. So I've gotten so much work from them. And I got this job that I talked about in a video where I'm project manager for this new small press publisher. And we're starting to get that off the ground now. So I feel like in terms of other people who employ me, quarantine's been great, but in terms of employing myself, it's been a lot harder. I was on a roll until quarantine just smashed me.
Well, do you think it's because you're product-based and everyone else that you're talking about is service-based?
Probably, yeah. I think that's accurate because I'm product-based and I like to sell one-on-one. I'm good at talking to people about what I do, but someone else who's service-based, right? We're all stuck at home. Nobody wants to buy products, but people still need services. So I think you're onto something there.
I also think there's something we said about B2B during quarantine. I'm sorry for cutting you off, Doll.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, so I'm a hybrid because
we'll talk about the series for 5 minutes, and the rest of the time she's showing me Facebook memes.
No, I worked as a translator, but the translation that I did was an in-person translations. So since people cannot travel anymore, oops, I lost my job.
Hey, Doll, I needed to hire a Klingon translator, and you said you don't do it.
A what?
I said
no,
I don't. I hire a Klingon translator, and you said you couldn't do it because you don't understand Duolingo.
I don't do Duolingo because they don't have Finnish, and I want to kill somebody. But if you need me, I'm gonna learn Duolingo, and then I'll do this.
You're wild.
I think we need to make more update videos about how quarantine has affected business ownership because I made the one video, but I feel like it's important that I should be transparent about my updates with things. Because, that's one thing we gossip about, right? How on AuthorTube, there's this whole narrative of being a full-time author, which I'd love to be one day, but I'm pretty open about the fact that I do have a job.
Multiple jobs. Yeah.
I do also still have to work outside of for myself. It's not self-sustaining yet. But also that, I feel like I should talk about all the things that Forever Home Friends is going through. But I guess I'm also just trying to focus on getting the illustrations done for the newest book. I put together a small street team.
Can we touch on that real quick, though, actually? Because you wanted to be a full-time author one day, and then that publishing hashtag came out where even some of the most known authors are making like $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 in advances per book.
I mean, I never had an advance in my life. Even like, I haven't made an announcement video about this yet, but 90s Kids is going to be traditionally published. It's the only book I'm doing with traditional publishing. I'll make a video about it later.
Yeah, but Savvy, you're gonna get you're gonna get published on a small press, which is very different.
Traditional publishing is a small press, so I'm not getting an advance. So I've never had an advance in my life. I don't think I ever will either, because that's not the path I'm pursuing.
But those advances are so, like, while they're a heavy nut for like a first-time author per se who's never thought about making real money from writing, when you think about it in terms of full-time employment, I mean, if you were to only publish one book a year and you got advanced $20K plus royalties, I mean, yeah, you can live off of that if you're single or in a relationship with no kids in a small apartment.
Double income, no kids. What up?
Oh,
we like to say
you're a dink?
Double income, one dog. So dyad.
No, I think that's, I remember when I first heard this term and it became my favorite because I know it doesn't always have this meaning, but dink, dual income, no kids.
I mean, that's me and Tyler. We don't have any kids. We're not planning to have any kids. And so, you know, honestly, like, I think kids are great. I like kids in terms of, like, I enjoy teaching them writing, which I can't do right now, obviously, because of the quarantine. But before quarantine, I taught kids creative writing workshops, and that was a job I loved. So I was
but having your own kids is like
no. I never want to be the sole person responsible for making sure another human stays alive. That is too much.
I'm gonna be very open here.
I walked by and screamed, "Kids suck ass."
I'm gonna be very open. I don't want kids.
I got very lucky because we met when we were 11. We started dating when we were 14, and we just both ended up being people who don't want kids. Like, that's
date in the middle, though.
Yeah, we were okay. We had an
don't act like we dated since we were 14.
Oh no, we didn't date. No, we haven't been dating for 13 years, but we had an on again.
Hi, Tyler.
We had an on and off again relationship, like teens tend to do. And there's Tyler. He's popping on the live stream real quick.
Hi, Tyler.
Yeah, we were on again and off again. Although recently, Tyler, like a week ago, was 13 years since our first date.
I had no idea. Of course you would know that.
I forgot. Well, our first date was June 1st, 2007.
Wow. So many things were going on then. Bush was still in office.
Right? Okay, I think about that sometimes. Like when Tyler and I went on our first date, which was June 1st, 2007, we went to the 8th grade dance at our middle school. That was our first date. And Bush was still in office, right? Like, smartphones were Blackberries.
Instagram didn't exist for another 3 years.
Facebook was mostly like a college thing that Mark Zuckerberg had. People didn't really use social media. Some people had MySpace, but like not everyone had, like, social media didn't have the influence it has now. A lot of people still had landline phones. That's like, it's interesting to think about that when Tyler and I started dating, when we would call each other on the phone, our parents would often pick up the landline and be like, "Hold on, let me go get them for you." It was a different world. It's just crazy to think about that sometimes.
So to quickly respond to Audra.
CB is so young. When Tyler and I started dating, CB was 4 years old.
Same. I'm still there.
Don't lie, RK. You're older than I am. Don't you lie. You were not 4 years old.
I didn't say like I was 4 physically.
You were just a 4-year-old. No. So I was 4 in 1996. When I was 4, Bill Clinton was in office. That's wild.
I was 4 in 1995, so I'm 1 year older than you.
Yeah, you're one older.
Yeah. Yeah, you're from the 91. Yeah.
I'm 91.
Same. Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Millennial Club.
We're like what is it up till to be like a 90s kid? I think it's like they say like 95 or 96.
Is the generations don't have a hard line to them, which is annoying because, like, When I was growing up, I always heard that millennials were born between 1980 and 1999, but now people are saying it's 1974 to 1996 or something. So I think it's just
They're erasing Gen X because Gen X felt so left out.
right. Okay, so my book 90s Kids is about millennials, but it's talking about people born between 1990 and 1999.
Millennials are whoever you can blame for mayonnaise being killed.
Millennials are avocado toast crashing the housing market.
Yeah, no.
I like Tyler. He's a cool guy. I like Tyler.
He's a good dude.
Oh, Audra, so we're like a month apart. I'm July
Audra
2nd.
will be 29 on. Oh, happy almost birthday, Audra. That's amazing. And here, Mary graduated high school. Mary, I think, is solidly Gen X. That sounds like a solidly Gen X time to be alive right there.
What time?
Graduated high school in 1994.
Yes, that's 4 minus
Well,
4.
you were like
76 years old, or 1976.
Yeah.
Morgan
She-
just turned 30.
Why would that be depressing? You should be celebrating.
Okay, dude. Okay, that's the thing. I have such a fear of aging. I have like so much existential depression around it. But I've decided to get over that for my 30th birthday. We're all gonna go to the American Girl store. So I'm gonna have my 30th birthday party at the American Girl store, and everyone's gonna have a doll.
AG.
I'm not afraid of aging. I already feel old. Yeah, sure. I'm 29. Great.
Since I was like 7 or 8 years old.
Yeah,
Since I
you
was
get
a
me.
little child and understood mortality. I wrote a blog post about this once, about how when I was a little kid, I first understood mortality because I loved watching I Love Lucy on the TV, and then one day it hit me that Lucille Ball was dead, and no matter how great of an impact she had, and no matter how much I could still watch her now, she still had no perception of it because she was dead. And it gave me the biggest crisis in the world. And I started
You were like 7.
ever since that, I never felt young again in my life.
And you were like 7. Oh my God.
Joy is here. Joy says I'm an 88 baby, so I consider myself a 90s kid. Joy, I didn't know you were older.
You a 90s kid?
I think Joy, maybe Joy is just like aging amazingly, because Joy is 4 years older than me, but does not look it.
No, I was talking to AG about it because I turned 29 next month. I turned 29 in July, and AG was telling me how like the 30s have just been the best decade of his life.
That's what everyone says, that their 30s are the most fun. So like, I'm gonna look forward to it. I'm gonna look forward to my 30s and think
Dude,
it'll be fun.
if I thought my 20s were wild in Hungary and now I'm in Argentina, dude, get
You're
ready
in
for
Argentina?
yourself. Yeah.
Oh my God, that's like top of my list of places to run away to.
Bariloche, honey, Bariloche, the best.
I'm gonna be down there soon. Just tell me where to live.
Okay. He'll tell you where to crash.
We can
Yeah.
we can speak Klingon to one another around all those people speaking Spanish, and they'll just think we're the weirdest fuckers.
He says we watched that show in history class. What show are you referring to? Did I miss something?
I think he's just trying to make us feel old. It's a
Oh.
very 17-year-old move. I think he's talking about I Love Lucy too.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, the things you remember, we watched in history class.
Yeah.
Okay, well, to be fair, I Love Lucy was old when I watched it as a kid too. So.
And yeah, the places you'll go, all the places I'll run. Yes, I have a solid list of places to go to be an expat at this point in time.
Argentina was. I have my thing with Argentina.
I granny and sound like a little kid in my videos. I love that as like a thing. I feel like what age I look like varies wildly depending on the length of my hair and how I'm dressed and all of that. I don't know. I've always felt very old.
People say I look younger, but it's a misconception because I don't wear makeup. So yeah.
Okay, so I don't wear makeup either, and I always get carded, and especially when I have longer hair, not wearing makeup makes you look younger. Like it's a thing.
It's a thing, and I have very long hair.
Nobody has ever seen Doll's face, so nobody can confirm or deny.
No one can confirm or deny. The people who have seen me in real life, that's what I mean. The when it's not Dal, but like the other, my actual person, and people say that I look younger. I have long hair and I don't wear makeup, so I suppose. But I think I look my age. It's just a misconception of people, I guess.
I think you look your age too.
Yeah, your avatar is solidly 29 years old.
It's so 29.
Yeah, your avatar is 28 or 30. You have
Also,
a 29-year-old avatar, clearly.
When they made the Jennifer Garner movie,
Okay, wait, we're gonna say I relate to you so hard. People think I'm 12. I'm working in middle school, so substitutes yell at me. Okay, I coached middle school debate for 3 years and it was from when I was 20, 23, 24, and 25. And during those years, kids' parents would show up and be like, "Oh, are you one of the kids on the team?" And I'd be like, "Okay, listen, the kids on this team are 11 to 14 years old. I am 24 years old. No, I am not. I am a teacher." And okay, we're to start because I did look really young when I had really long hair. I went to one of my students' debate tournaments because they were middle school debate tournaments and they would have high school debate kids judging them. So I went into a round to watch 2 of my kids compete, and the high school age judge asked me if I was competing. And I was like, "Excuse me, you are 16 years old judging 11 to 14-year-olds. I am the 24-year-old adult in this room. I'm younger than you when you are 16.
Oh my God, Mary. Poor Mary. You don't look that old. Come on.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Mary sounds so.
That happened to a friend of mine. Which is no longer my friend. Of course, things happened. But I remember that we were hanging out one day, and I don't know, we ended up at somewhere in a store, and the person at the store was very confused because my friend has a little baby, like a baby daughter, and I was just a friend hanging out. But because I am younger than my friend, people thought my friend was the grandma, I was the mom, and the child was mine. And I was like, "Oh my God." They basically called my friend a grandma. Ouch. Oh shit, it cut off.
No, I heard you.
Savvy froze.
Oh, Savvy's out of the room.
Oh. Something happened.
Your story made her walk away. She was like, "Oh, this story."
Okay, why did they leave me alone with you? This is not a good idea.
Why
We're
wouldn't
gonna
you
start
go-
talking. We're gonna start talking music here.
I mean, that sounds like a great idea to me. I was just gonna look to start talking shit about people real quick in the chat. Let's see, who can I pick on? Who here is the thickest skin? I think CB does. Little 17-year-old fucker.
Ouch. He's a minor. Don't mess with a minor.
All right, guys. Sorry, I'm talking a lot, but I didn't want to get off the stream, so I went to pee.
Nick, no.
Okay, Savvy. Okay, Savvy. That's a savvy thing to do.
Only greet Savvy and Klingon from now on.
Duchnech.
Nuchnech.
What do you want?
I did.
I think the Klingons are my favorite, like Star Trek group. I guess I don't know. They're an alien. I wouldn't say species because the aliens are all like human parallel.
Graydon and I actually had a nice little discussion about this, even though I've not seen Star Wars, because we were talking about the Vulcans, and one of the things that I was bringing up is how, sort of in, I guess, the Vulcan way of life.
So y'all know, real quick, CB is a girl.
My bad.
No, it's okay. When it's pretty much always impossible to tell, so it's fine.
I didn't say anything inappropriate. I just called him a little fucker. Like,
it was because we were saying he, like he's a minor.
Oh,
He was just corrected.
yeah, that was me. I'm so sorry. God damn it, the blind doing what she does.
What you're saying about facial hair is true. Like Tyler gets carded. Tyler has a beard. He gets carded, and I don't. Like that's our well, I do more now because I have short hair. I guess when you have short hair, people think you're older than when you have long hair. But I would always be like the only one to get carded, and he wouldn't. So I think facial hair definitely. Although sometimes I have facial hair too. It's just not enough to be visible.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, same. When I was in college, I was editor of the school newspaper, but I was in my early 30s. But when we went to New York to compete, people thought I was younger, so I hung out with the teachers. Shout out Heather.
Heather's great. I love
Heather's
Heather.
the greatest.
CV says, I'm a person of mystery, and it's totally cool. I use the initials so people don't know. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like sometimes you don't want to be... For a while, I was like, I like that, like, because my name is Savvy, right? So it's like an adjective. It's not even really a name. So I'm like, that's gender neutral enough. But apparently then in 2016, there was a Miss America named Savvy. So I'm like, oh, now people are going to think it's like a feminine name.
If it makes it better, I did not know that there was a Miss America named Savvy. So
I only knew because Savvy is a very... So people were texting me like, Miss America's name's Savvy. I was like, oh, cool.
Before I started with my avatar thing, before I went, before I at least had a cartoon showing more or less kind of the way I look like a little bit, I only had my logo. You remember that? Well, people thought I was a dude because Doll is a neutral name, and a lot of people, a lot of men are named Doll, so a lot of people thought I was a dude. And people in the comments were always like, he this, he that. I was like, yeah, I'm a gal, but it's okay.
After I cut my hair, people started calling me they by default, I guess because I dressed kind of androgynously and I had short hair, which is not a bad thing. I was fine with that. I made it very clear on my profile on Twitter. Because people always say put your pronouns in bio, but honestly, like my bio didn't have enough room. So I just made it my
same.
Where my pin tweet is, my pronouns are call me whatever you want, just don't call me late for dinner. And like that's a joke, but like it's also the true.
I have like no problem. People call me he, and I just like
be you want, literally just he, she, they. Anything's fine.
Yeah, same thing. Anything goes. I'm fine. I just clarify, like, dude, I sound like a female, so.
Hey guys, it's ASMR. Hello. I think we should do this stream in ASMR with a lot of mouth noises.
That's a great idea.
That's awesome.
In my videos,
I'm gonna start typing. Nice typing sound then.
I'm making a point, like in my video about J.K. Rowling being a TERF, whenever I have to emphasize.
J.K. Rowling is a TERF.
You whisper in exclamation points and you speak very quietly.
Okay, so Steve keeps popping back in the chat. Steve, I'm in awe of your YouTube growth. Steve says our Discord pronouns are king, queen, my liege.
That's solid.
That's not what a pronoun is. That's a noun. You need to learn your parts of speech, Steve.
He can be a professional king, a professional queen, and a professional liege.
Oh God.
LeBron James is King James. Okay, he's a professional king. Therefore, king for him is a pro noun, not an amateur noun.
Oh, I get it. Mary says she's dying. We're literally killing Mary.
We are killing her.
Mary, I'm sorry.
Steve personally, yes. I don't think they like our ASMR, Savvy.
I still need to make my video essay called, what was I going to call it? Thought Experiment. It's going to be Thought Experiment, but like THOT.
I guess ASMR makes Morgan Lee uncomfortable.
At the beginning of quarantine, I went undercover as a erotic actor for a little while to see what would happen. So I haven't exposed my findings on it yet. I still have to do that, but I stopped with the project because I got consumed by other projects.
So yeah. I'm just checking out Steve's numbers real quick because he's fucking, champ of growth over here. Let's take a look at those numbers real quick. He's up to 1.89 thousand. He joined, I think, just over 2 months ago.
That's ridiculous.
Wow.
Okay, so I started making videos regularly in November 2018. So it's been like a year and a half I've been on this platform of YouTube.
I think I started making videos regular. I stopped for a little while. I started. It was only a few months before you. I think it might have been like 2 months before you.
Well, okay, so RK was the one who told me about newbie tags. I didn't know they were a thing until you told me.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's what I can tell you exactly when I started making YouTube videos because I have the newbie tag still up. Oh, it says 1 year ago. It just says 1 year ago. What if I click on it?
You see when it was published exactly.
Oh, no, I'm so close to 3,000 subscribers. When I reach 3,000, I'm going to release new merch, right? I have my Girl Stop Plagiarizing.
Life happens 3 you.
Life happens 3 you. So I'm going to have everything's going to be a sticker. So I'm going to release a small business supporter sticker, a We Stand Pam sticker, a Girl Stop Plagiarizing sticker, and a Life Happens 3U sticker. So there's going to be 4 stickers. And then there's going to be Girl Stop Plagiarizing is going to be on a shirt. And then Life Happens 3U is also going to be on a mug. And I'm going to release all that merch when I hit 3,000. So
Wow.
yeah. So I'm so close too. What am I at?
I wanna get to
912. I'm so close.
Wait,
I want to get to. This is so ridiculous, but I want to get to 1,000 before
That's not
Halloween.
ridiculous. Dude, when you get to 1,000, it's like a switch flips. Like that's the thing. Like when you hit 1,000 subscribers, like you can monetize, and then YouTube promotes you more, and then you start growing faster after 1,000.
No, but I want to get like the ridiculous part. The ridiculous part is I want to get to 1,000 before Halloween, because the release of the short story that I'm gonna read with these other people, and I really want them to have like a, like views. I want them to be visible, so it's not just for me, actually. So.
Sorry for being that bitch who linked my merch in the description, but Steve said you have merch now, and to answer him, I linked my merch because
I'm up to an incredible number, 1776, the year of our independence. I'm up to that number, so
I've been on YouTube for 4 years with my first channel, but I have not been consistent, so no growth. Okay, that's the thing. So the first time I started like uploading videos was 2017, and I didn't know that there were like YouTube communities, that there was like AuthorTube and BookTube and all this stuff. So I just started like making videos about writing and about books and about dogs. And I just like kind of put them up there, and they just went into the void and nobody saw them. So I had no growth for a little while. Then I posted a video about my boobs, and then I had a little bit of growth from that. And then I posted the BookTube newbie tag and the AuthorTube newbie tag, and then I started to see like legitimate channel growth, and that's when I was like, oh, okay, I gotta do stuff in these communities. So I did tag videos for a little while, and then I found the anti-MLM community, which is like the anti-MLM. There wasn't, when I started YouTube, there wasn't an anti-MLM YouTube community, but I wanted to make anti-MLM videos. That's why I wanted to start making videos in the first place, was to make documentaries about pyramid schemes and stuff. So now that there's a community for that, and I have an audience, I'm able to do that, and people actually like them, and so it's amazing.
The thing with me is that since I moved to Argentina, I am still adapting to this new place and stuff. Like it's hard to be consistent when you're just adapting, and then I lost my job, and then other things are happening, and it's really hard to stay consistent. And even though I'm still trying hard, but I need to be more consistent, and it's just I need to get back on the roll.
Hi to Leora and bye to CB. Bye guys.
Bye Leora.
Bye guys. Good night. So yeah, like I have so many ideas. I have so many ideas.
How many videos do you have? Because I feel like we both have a lot of videos.
Who?
I don't have that many.
RK, how many do you have?
Let me. check. Sorry, it's
You go YouTube Studio. There you can see how many videos you have.
Oh wait, CB
No.
is here. CB was just saying bye to Leora. Okay, cool. CB's still here. Awesome. CB, it is a school night.
You know what, CB, I don't need
just
you.
kidding, June. I don't care what you do.
I don't want to count all these videos. I'll just go to my.
Wait, yeah. If you search your name in the YouTube search bar, it should tell you how many videos you have. I think I have like 270 something. Like I have a lot of videos.
I don't know that
I have
many.
223.
I have 284.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I have a lot of videos. Okay, you know who has a lot of videos is A.G. McDonald. He has so many videos.
Yeah, because he did daily when he first joined the book community.
329 videos. Okay, he deserves more subscribers. There's a lot of people in the community that could rant about that they deserve more subscribers than they
Like
have.
you and AG. Okay.
I just had a
love
stream.
AG.
Look,
A.G. McDonald is great. I love him. He's wonderful.
I
He's
have
the
a
180.
tendency to I have a tendency to look at smaller author tubers and like bring them into my platform because I want them to be more visible. So that was my very last stream. I just invited these two guys. And I invite my writer brothers, though. I have writing sisters, I have writing brothers. I invited these two because I wanted them to be more visible because they are so freaking underrated. And I'm like, you guys, I can't. So you're coming to my stream.
Seriously underrated creators out there. Okay, so Steve said, "Welcome to my growth secrets if you help me with merch distribution." Yeah. What I do for merch distribution is ridiculously easy. So that, yes, that is a trade I will take, Steve. Okay, wait, CB, you just graduated high school? Congratulations.
Awesome.
Guys, CB just finished high school. Good job. Nice work.
Wait, so you graduated high school and you already grew your YouTube channel the way you did? God damn it. Wow, that's
that grew his channel. CB is the one who just graduated high school. I think Steve is a whole adult. Yeah. Steve did 180 videos in 2 to 3 months.
Holy shit.
Yeah, he's going to March.
Wait, how many do I do a month? How many videos do I do a month?
You do 3 times a week and the podcast on Saturdays so 5 videos a week actually.
I do 3 to 4 videos a week. So like 12 to 16 videos a month. So in 3 months I would do like, okay, 36. Yeah, not nearly as many videos as you.
Yeah.
Oh, Stevie is going to college early. Congratulations. That's really awesome.
No, but you're not counting the streams. So because on Wednesdays you don't do videos. Okay, true.
Videos and replaced it with the Wednesday stream. But today I put out a Wednesday video because I had to talk about how she who must not be named is being a TERF. I was like, talked about.
This is so delicious. This is the thing that she's my Rachel Hollis, and I always, since I saw you taking on Rachel, I was like, I so want to do this. I want to do that J.K. Rowling take on, but at the same time, I was a coward. Okay, I chickened out.
Tear her apart. She is out on Twitter being a whole ass TERF. Well, she knows good and well that she has fans who are transgender, who had solace in Harry Potter growing up, and now she's out here being like, I don't want you in my bathroom unless you were born with a vagina, which, like, who are you?
Yeah.
That JK, since when are you the women police?
Is it Hufflepuff? I'm a Hufflepuff dropout.
Yeah, I was a Slytherin, but now I'm nothing because JK can get fucked.
Yeah. I mean, I was a lot more into the fandom itself than the books. I hated the books. I always said it. Since I finished the books, I was like, I hate this shit. And everybody was like, why are you so negative? Why are you so this? And I was like, because she's a freaking ableist, classist, racist, and all those things are in the books. Don't you see it?
Yeah,
Don't you see it?
It's been like 2 decades since I've read Harry Potter, or since I read the first couple books. I never finished it. But what was the ableist stuff in there?
The blind monsters, for starters. Yeah, and like the thing that she says that there's no disabilities in the wizarding world because disabilities are all cured with magic and shit.
That's odd.
And
Okay.
yeah, and then every time she
Nyai
had a
Moody is
chance,
literally like he limps. He's missing a leg, and he
You
uses.
know who
things.
handles disabilities great is Star Trek. We've got, I feel like some of the best blind representation is Geordie LaForge, who
I have to see that.
Wait, what is she talking about? There's no disabilities in the wizarding world. Explain Lockhart and St. Mungo's.
But that's mental illness. RK. She means disabilities like physical shit. Like she means that. Mental health is another thing for her. She says that the mentors are an analogy for depression. Oh, and guess what? Those creepy creatures, they are blind and deaf. And they are evil. Fucking bitch.
Joy says, I was thinking of doing online YouTube reviews for children's books with my dog, but my dog is old and would sleep through the video. I think you should do it. I would watch the hell out of that. Also,
I like that.
Before I knew that J.K. Rowling was a whole turf, I had actually was planning a series where I was like, I'm going to finish Harry Potter for the first time, reading it to my dog. Because Chewie loves being read to. That's a thing. Like, every Christmas Eve, I read him the night before Christmas. When he gets dressed in a thunderstorm, I read him a book. He just likes humans speaking softly to him, so I like to read to him. So I was going to do a series called Reading Harry Potter to My Dog, but now J.K. Rowling has proven that she's not deserving of that, so I'm going to have to read
something different.
I definitely think you can make the series. I would watch it, even though your dog would just be sleeping. Like, dogs are great no matter what they're doing. I love
did a similar video, and it did well, so I can highly recommend it.
What is a TERF? Okay, so I just put out a video about this today. TERF stands for Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminist. Within the entire umbrella of feminism, there is a small set that is people who think that transgender women do not really count as women because they were born with masculine genitalia or whatever, and therefore have had male privilege in their life or something, and therefore are like a pro women. I'm trying to describe it in the best way a TERF would, just so you guys know that's not what I believe at all, but that's how they might describe it, is like that. So a TERF is basically someone who is excludes
the transgender experience from society, basically.
They talk about disliking or not disliking trans people. They try to invalidate trans people and say that like trans women don't get to count as women because women were oppressed in a different way or whatever, and are doing it under the guise of feminism, but they're using feminism as a shield against their bigotry against trans people. It's a weird subset, but it's a whole cultural subset at this point.
She has all the prejudices you can ever think of. I mean, in her new movie franchise thing, the
acronym, it's Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminist. That's the TERF.
Yeah. So in her new movie franchise, because this was also a scandal when it came out, and I wanted to talk about it because I am a biracial woman, and I wanted to talk about it, but I was like, stay quiet, you just started your YouTube, please shut the fuck up. But when the new movie started and the whole thing with the snake, Voldemort's snake, this Nagini thing, well, it turns out that Nagini is a Korean woman, and I was like, oh, I see. So again, dehumanizing everything that is not cis white straight people. Oh, okay, thank you, Rowling. And it was a scandal. I wanted to talk about it, but nah.
I like what Tuesday's Creation says here about TERFs. I like to call them feminism appropriating radical transphobes. That's great because it spells smart.
So I do fully support creating a series with you reading to your sleeping dog.
I want to do that.
Please do.
I'm going to find something other than Harry Potter to do where
I did a series of unfortunate events when I did it, and that was actually
that's brilliant. Okay, because I was reading series of I watched the Netflix series of the series of unfortunate events, and I loved it.
So fucking good. So underrated and underappreciated.
So good.
It's so good.
and I hadn't finished
So good.
the book series, so I did like a reading vlog about reading. Back when I did reading vlogs. Oh my god, guys, do I need to like? I feel like I don't count as a booktuber anymore.
You don't.
I'm not.
Same.
That's the thing.
Same.
I feel like I'm an AuthorTuber. I'm definitely still an AuthorTuber.
Yes.
And I'm an anti-MLM tuber, but I feel like I'm not a booktuber. I don't know like anyone in the booktube community other than like the people I'm already friends with. And
Yeah.
And they're all out of the booktube
I
community.
haven't done a reading vlog in forever. I considered making a Pride Month TBR, but instead of that, I think what I'm gonna do is, you know how Taylor Swift made that song, "You Need to Calm Down," but she tried to make it for Pride Month. I'm gonna take that song and make it about Grant Cardone and Alex Jones.
Oh my god, what is Alex Jones doing now? Oh shit.
MLM is multi-level marketing. I think Steve probably knows that, but I got in some drama for being homophobic when I'm gay as hell, but I got being homophobic because MLM in the book world, like in the romance literature world, means men love men.
Also, like, hint, but
I write gay literature. Most of my books are about lesbians, so like it's all for gay literature. But MLM is multi-level marketing. Okay, so Steve knows what it is. Yeah.
Also, for people who want to do reading blogs and reading stuff, that's like my ace fantasy. Okay, I'm very okay. It's very late in the evening. I'm super like my brain is not working anymore, and it's like my fantasy is just like when I.
Steve, I'm curious why you think that's random. I'm very against multi-level marketing, so I have a whole like my channel in general. It's like premise is life as a small
business. And anti-level
small business owner, because my channel is like, what's up, my fellow small business supporters, all of that. So it's both AuthorTube because my small business revolves around creating books.
Yep.
So it's that, but it's also me roasting business scammers, me talking about the business world. So it's a business and writing channel. I think maybe that's why I'm not growing as fast as I want to, because it's in a weird intersection of two communities.
I am also a weird intersection because I'm a writer.
Okay, are you friends with Steve? Can you add it? Can you message him the link to the stream so I can add him in?
I don't have the invite link. Can you send it in the private chat and I'll send it to him?
Just drop it in the chat, Savvy.
Okay, yeah, hold on, one second. Steve, yeah, I'll get you in here. I want to talk to you. 1 second.
Ooh, we have Steve. Hi, Steve.
I want to see what Steve looks like. Now, Steve's going to roll up and just be like an avatar or some shit.
He looks exactly what he looks like in his avatar.
Oh, yeah?
Tattoo.
I think I look how I look in my avatar. Which
I know I look how I look in my avatar.
Well, my avatar is a drawing, but I feel like I still look like it. Maybe not right now because of stupid quarantine hair.
I know I look like my Bitmoji.
Okay, that's the link. I'm going to run and pee real quick. RK, send the link to...
Did you private chat it? Oh, yeah, you did. Perfect.
Yeah, but Savvy, you will have to add him. We cannot add him. You have to.
So he'll...
Oh, shit.
She's peeing.
She left.
Chad.
She's...
Let her pee in peace.
Yeah, let her be. So for people who also want to do your reading blogs and shit, please do.
Because reading blogs. No, kidding.
Dude, I love reading blogs. I love being read to. Like, people have like all this kind of like cisgender straight fantasies and stuff. My fantasy is that people read to me. Okay, when I was in love with my first boyfriend, my whole fantasy was that he was gonna read for me. That was it. I didn't want anything else with him, and I was like, and then everybody was like, "Are you sure you're straight?" And I'm like, "Yeah." I was.
Good night, Heather.
Huh?
I said good night,
Heather.
Okay, wait.
Good night, Heather.
I've got more bourbon, by the way.
So there's a chance Steve will be waiting. Oh,
Steve's here. What up, Steve?
Hey.
Okay.
Hi, Steve. Hey. Hello.
Let's
Nice to meet you.
get a scorecard on this live stream. Oh, so
If you want to go live in the future, just DM me, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, wherever. DM me, and I'll send you a link for the future. The maximum that StreamYard allows me to have is 6 people. So if it's a week where I don't have 6 people available, then I can add. Yeah, just DM me about it. I'll get one to you.
Sounds good.
Nice to meet you, Steve.
Good night, Heather. Thank you for being here. Guys, I feel like I'm having a party with y'all right now. This is great.
Steve, I'm really
This is
tripping out on that on that link on that share screen you got going on.
Okay.
Yo, I know I got two. I'm trying to figure it out. I had like 3 windows. I couldn't hear anything that was going on because I had too much stuff that was open.
Were you whoa, you got a transition.
Hey.
Whoa. What the hell?
Whoa,
Okay, when am I gonna hang with you and Gray on a podcast again?
You have an open invite. I literally invited you yesterday.
Yeah, well, I don't even remember what I was doing yesterday. Do you want to do it? Do you want to do one right now? I'm drunk.
I mean, actually, he said that he wanted to do one tonight. I think he might have gone off to bed.
Well, hold on. DM Gray and ask him because I don't know if I'm Facebook friends with him or whatever. Does Gray use Facebook?
Yeah.
I love Gray. He's great. I'm gonna Facebook request him.
I'm here for a lot of hot takes.
I mean,
yeah, dude,
we're nothing but hot takes.
Here for the tea.
I'm the designated heel.
So now that he's here, I can admit that when I was laughing earlier in the stream, it's because he had memed my face.
I was roasting him so bad.
He was roasting the fuck out of me. He was taking screenshots of me.
Thank you so much for being here.
I haven't laughed that hard in probably 10 years. That was probably the best laugh that I got.
He was laughing at me.
I had real tears going down my face the entire time.
I feel like at this point we're like, earlier we were doing like Savvy's productivity writing sprints. Now we're like the Savvy channel after dark. We're all drunk and talking about bullshit.
Yeah, but
I'm the only one who's sober in this stream. Why am I always the only?
Nah, I'm sober.
I don't have alcohol.
2020.
I do not believe RK is sober.
No.
I mean, Steve and I
I'm the only one
in the
who's
same
sober.
Activities. Okay.
Nah, I'm done. No more edibles, and I haven't had a drink in all of 2020. So stone cold.
Damn, good for you.
Why did you give up edibles?
Actually, I hopped on a scale. So I lost 40 pounds on keto, like literally right before quarantine start.
And he gained 1,000 followers. He lost 40 pounds and he gained 1,800 followers.
Yeah.
How the hell do you grow your channel like that, Steve?
Yeah, wait,
How?
Hear all your channel secrets. Wait, also I want to hear your thoughts on multi-level marketing. I want to hear all of this shit. Go.
I'm with it. I'm down for LGBTQ conversations. I'm down for YouTube conversations. I'm down for everything. Let's get it. As far as the growth goes, look up Catherine Manning. Catherine Manning on YouTube is a channel that I used. She puts out excellent content on the YouTube search
Is that
engine.
Catherine with a C or a K?
I believe it's with a C.
Wait, yeah, and it's Kathleen what?
Catherine Manning.
Yeah, Catherine Manning, got it. And what chapter is Talk to South Africa?
None. This is about YouTube search engine optimization. So this is basically how to get the traction.
Steve, have you ever watched my videos?
Lives.
You watch my lives. Yeah, well, I know you've been on the live stream. What can I do to optimize my search engine SEO usage? I know that wasn't the right term, but I'm drunk as hell. What can I do to be better at SEO?
All right. So I'll try to do my best to like summarize all of it, right? So YouTube as a whole is kind of like a car engine in that you have to have all of the pieces directly in order in exactly the right way for it to work. But once you have it there, the whole thing just runs super smooth. So simple things at first. You should have titles that are super catchy and easily to identify you and not go to someplace else, okay? Then you have to have the thumbnails that are somewhat relatable that people are actually going to click on it. It seems stupid, but trust me, like it comes in later on.
No, dude, I spend so long on my thumbnails. I understand.
Cool. Then you can do like, there are things that you can do on like Fiverr where you can pay people to create thousands of backlinks that link you to certain words that anytime somebody searches any of those words, your names are going to come up. You can spend $15, get 2,000 backlinks, and that will allow you to have 0 subscribers from the very beginning and something to happen with that. That not only works if you have the
secret sauce right there. I never heard of that shit before. These backlinks. That's the secret sauce. Good work.
So then the biggest thing, literally the only thing that matters as far as getting growth from YouTube organically in and of itself is your impression percentage. So impressions, your percentage of impressions of actual clicks on your impressions is the #1 driving factor on whether or not you're going to show up in anyone's suggested recommendation or their homepage. The reason that the titles and the thumbnails are important is because if you show up and they don't click on you, that counts against your impressions. So every time you show up and they don't click you, it counts against. If you show up and they do click you, it counts for your impressions. If you can keep your impressions above 5%, you're going to see a lot of traction and increased growth. My impressions are up around 13% usually, and as low as like 4%, depending on if I'm expanding out to a new market or a new region, or if I'm capitalizing on the markets and regions that I've already dominated. So you have to understand that you're going to take a hit in your percentages initially to grow your fan base, like your very base core community, right? You will see a decrease initially, and then it's like an investment because 2 weeks later, that initial investment will then compound and go 4 times as much, and now that new region will be within your impressions. Anything you didn't get, tell me to elaborate on, because I'm, you know what I'm saying?
I'll forget it all tomorrow because I've had a lot of bourbon. But
you can always catch the replay. You can always watch the replay.
Wait, so Steve, what are your thoughts on anti-MLM?
I think it's a weird stance. So
no,
like,
why?
yeah, well, I heard something that you said earlier that was just like there's a huge difference between an MLM and a pyramid scheme, and I always indicate that difference in my video. Although some companies that are branding themselves as an MLM are actually a pyramid scheme in disguise, but that's a whole separate topic. I think actual pyramid schemes are so far and few. Like it's all it is a buzzword. There's probably a 90% chance that anyone that's talking about pyramid schemes, A, couldn't define what a pyramid scheme is to begin with, and then B, has never actually experienced anything that would count as a pyramid scheme, because pyramid schemes are illegal in the United States and get shut down within the first 60 days that they launch.
My bud, would you be down to have a debate on my channel sometime?
I've been doing marketing for 10 years, and part of what I do is doing this. So yeah, 100%.
You would have a debate. I would love to have this debate because I have been looking for someone who disagrees with the anti-MLM mindset, because I am very immersed in the anti-MLM community. I am very against multi-level marketing.
There's a community?
Can I moderate the fuck out of this?
Community, because multi-level marketing companies have a culture of taking advantage of low-income women. That's an entire subculture.
I wouldn't argue. I see. Here's where we're going to differ.
Yeah, all we want, dude. I love debate, and that's why when I'm sober, I would love to have a debate with you, because I want people to debate on my channel.
Right. So I'm down with that. Just I want to make one stance really clear. I will never argue morality with you guys, because I lack a lot of it. So if your argument is you don't like it because they take advantage of people, I'm going to agree with you. I just don't think that's a bad thing. I just don't think it's a bad thing.
Okay, that's me and this other AuthorTube where we're going to debate abortion, which would have been a fascinating debate, but we haven't done it yet. I hope we do it in the future.
Wait, I want to dive deeper into what he just said, because that's fascinating. So your thought process, Steve, is multi-level marketing is you respect the people who are able to build those pipelines and collect money from those who are down the line on them, even though it goes against maybe some
exploitative or hurt them.
In the short answer, absolutely.
And I get what I'm trying to say. You support like how you like. I guess in your definition, you consider that grind. You consider that them getting people who are willing to give them money, and it's grind. or hustle?
So I need to. One of the things about me is I don't like to agree when someone says something until terms are very, very clearly defined.
Fair.
I'm the same exact way. I totally understand that.
So no, I don't think that's part of grind. Grind has nothing to do with that. I do think that me as a business person or anyone, take me out of this. I don't want to personalize it because I don't participate in MLMs. What I do is I run marketing firms in Northern Liberties in Boston, Massachusetts, and then I have ties in Texas as well. Okay. Most of what I do is trying to help distinguish the difference between a direct marketing firm and an MLM and a pyramid scheme. So
yeah, no, I agree with you. Those are three separate things.
Perfect. So you understand that, but most people don't.
Yeah.
Right?
I
so
think most people do. I'm very involved in the anti-MLM community. Most people in the community very clearly understand the difference between those three things. Although the problem arises when a certain company tries to brand itself as both direct sales and MLM, but is actually a pyramid scheme. See Advocare as an example.
So like my counter to that would be like the reason that I would say that I don't agree with that is you're probably right in that most people in the anti-MLM community know the difference. Mm-hmm. I didn't even know there was an anti-MLM community. I'm talking about people in general, the general public who aren't part of any community don't know the difference. I can't speak on what the MLM community knows or anti-MLM community knows because I didn't even know that it was a thing. I have no insight on that whatsoever. So
I gotta pull up some chats because people are loving this, and I love it.
You also you're missing out, Steve. I mean, you're having fantastic growth in the reaction community.
He's like me sitting here taking notes. Morgan's like, I was gonna go to bed, but now I'm taking notes. See, fight. Tuesday says it makes me suspicious when MLM people focus more on recruitment than on the actual product. Okay. That's what I was going to talk about regarding Advocare. So Advocare was a company that was branding itself as direct sales, was technically classified as MLM, as multi-level marketing, but was recently, in the past year, fined $150 million by the FTC because they were found to be a pyramid scheme. They found that people were making
your audio is messing
more
up.
money through recruitment than they were through direct sale to a customer. What else, Steve?
You're underwater. Your audio went out.
Oh, it did? I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yeah.
Oh, okay. Which parts did you miss?
Literally whatever the last sentence you said was.
Oh, okay. I was saying that from what Tuesday's Creations was saying about people in MLM focusing more on recruitment than on product, that was the main case with Advocare, right? Because Advocare was a company that was trying to brand itself as direct sales, but was legally classified within MLM, but was fined $150 million by the FTC for being a pyramid scheme because it was found that their consultants, representatives, whatever, were making more money through their downlines and commission off of the people below them than they were making off of their own direct sales to a customer.
Creating passive income, no matter how you do it, isn't inherently evil, bad, wrong, or illegal. Having a larger portion of your income come from passive than from direct sales also isn't what makes it illegal. The biggest thing is there a physical product to actually be distributed? And then it's kind of like the ascertainment of that product that defines it. So, for instance, indirect sales, if you sell Verizon door to door, there is a physical product, there is a legitimate exchange of goods and services for money.
That's a video that I'm going to be working on for within the next couple of weeks, a story time video about how when I was 22, I accidentally went to an MLM interview for a company that wanted to sell T-Mobile door to door.
That's not an MLM then.
I guess it's a direct sales or a commission-based sales, but no, they did want you to build a downline, so I think it was MLM.
That's not what MLM means, though. That's literally direct market. T-Mobile is a client that I've worked for.
But if you build an upline and a downline, by definition, yes, that's MLM. If you have a downline and an upline, that's multi-level.
All right. So for indirect marketing, right? For what I've done, and the T-Mobile is a great example because I've made hundreds of thousands of dollars off of Verizon, Comcast, and T-Mobile not so much. T-Mobile and Sprint, I didn't really find a whole lot of success in, but these are clients that I've worked with directly that are in no way, shape, or form defined as an MLM. Like you can have, like, for instance, here's the biggest argument. You say, oh, if there's levels and blah, 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 and it creates a pyramid. Like if you look at any business that exists ever, if you look at Bank of America, you have at the top, you have a CEO, then you have a board, then you have.
Do not make this argument to me. Anti-MLM the whole community has been debunking this argument for the entirety of our videos. Steve, what I want from you is for you and me to have a debate scheduled on a live stream when I'm sober. Do you want to do that?
I don't think it would be a debate because it's literally just stating facts from either side of us, and we probably will agree on most of it, to be honest with you. I think
That's fine, honestly, because me and another AuthorTuber, we had a debate about feminism because I'm a feminist and she's not, but we ended up agreeing on everything. So that
I was there. I saw that.
It's always there for when A.S. Howell, a dorkable author, and I had a feminism debate. So do you want to have I guess we won't call it a debate. Do you want to, because I'm too drunk right now. Do you want to have a conversation?
Discussion. It's a discussion.
I think a lot of people would be really interested to see it.
In the event that
Steve, I barely know you, but I'm so here for it.
Dal is super fascinated by this.
I appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, I'm not. If I'm free ever, I'm down to talk about whatever. Like, I'm very opinionated.
I'm the same exact way. Whenever I'm free, I'm like, yeah, I'm here. I'll talk about anything you want. I'm an open book.
Sounds good. But yeah, I will defend direct sales.
Steve and we will plan this stream. Everyone keep it in mind. We will plan this stream. It will be anti-MLMer versus non-anti-MLMer and our different opinions on what it means to be multi-level, what it means to be a pyramid scheme, the legal definitions, the marketing.
That's something I'm like. I won't take a pro MLM stance because I am not part of the MLM community, as you would put it. But I am part of the direct sales community. So I'm down for a conversation on direct sales versus MLM versus pyramid scheme and what the differences and distinguishing factors are. I'm down for that.
1,000%. I think we should have one. I would love to have that conversation. Yes.
Cool.
I'm down.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Steve and I are going to do it. We are going to do a anti-MLMer versus pro direct sales, which is not necessarily opposites by default. So we'll see what happens. And I think that's what's
awesome.
I have one question though. I do have like a question about this before we move on to like the next topic.
Oh, Dana Gollin is here and she says this is a great stream.
Hey, Dana.
Nice to meet you.
Dana, are you awake?
She woke up just for this conversation.
Nice.
Yeah.
So my question is, in 100 words or less, why are you anti? Like, what is your crux against MLMs? Like, what is like the reason you don't like it? Is she frozen? She's frozen.
She 100% froze.
Oh,
I win. That's a forfeit.
You messed up not doing the reaction community, not the anti-MLM community, because the anti-MLM community, those fuckers grow fast.
See, when it comes to something like that, like anti-MLM, I think that there's only gonna be two sides. There's gonna be either A, they're not educated in the actual words that they're using, and then once those words are defined, everyone usually agrees, or B, they're against something from a morality standpoint, and I don't argue that because I'm a scumbag and I'm okay with that, so I would never get into, like, if you don't like something because it's immoral, then I support you. We're on the same page. I just don't have that same moral compass that you do. I care more about the back-end business side of things. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, that it's not going to, like, I don't get into debates with people because I don't, like, either I agree with you because one of us is not defining our terms correctly, or I agree with you, or I agree to disagree because you're trying to argue a moral standpoint that you can only really argue with somebody that's on the same moral like ground as you are, in my opinion.
This is very interesting. I like the way I like your thought process. I mean, I don't know what is your channel about, because I want to subscribe. Like, what do you do, dude? I just met you.
Morganly.
So my
Bye,
channel.
Morgan Lee.
Bye. I like her. She helped me out. She like actually answered my question earlier when I asked it. my channel is, how do I explain this? So it's a music reaction channel right now primarily. I'm also a rapper, so I'm launching another leg to start YouTube DVD style ciphers. I'm also a marketing manager or marketing, you know what I mean? I'm in marketing, so I also have business videos. The idea is to completely digitalize all of the meetings that I run in marketing to teach, train, develop a marketing firm from the ground up. Those videos are never going to get traction right now, and because of COVID and stuff like that, the direct marketing firms basically got shut down because you can't do door-to-door sales if there's a pandemic. You know what I'm saying? So that's going to come later with my channel growth, and that's going to be like a digital library to basically run a marketing firm from the ground up by yourself, how to teach, train, develop somebody on sales tactics, how to teach, train, develop somebody on how to teach, train, develop somebody, and then just kind of like go from there. So my channel is basically just going to be a reflection of my life. Anything that I'm super passionate about, I'm going to have an entire leg of eventually. I'm going to break down I'm gonna break down. I write story. I write my own animes and shit like that. Like I write poetry, so I'm gonna have poetry slam.
Me too.
Stuff like that. That's awesome.
I have spoken poetry on my channel.
That's the type of stuff. Like I would love to do that. I'm going to. It's just that I
wanted to ask you. Because I mean, you're a marketing genius. Yeah, that's my statement. You are a marketing genius. I don't care what everybody says. I like you. But I keep on hearing from everybody in the how to YouTube community, you know, the how to tutorials thing. They keep on telling you to niche down. They keep on telling you to just, like, for example, I'm an AuthorTuber, I'm a writer. Stay in your lane and just do writing. Like, you can do poetry and you can do writing advice and you can do anything writing related, but stay in your lane and niche down. And like, what are your thoughts on this thought of niching down? And because you said you do music, you do business, you want to do poetry, you want to do this and that, like, and that's the complete opposite of everybody else's advice. Like, what are your thoughts on this?
So it is, but it's not, right? So my niche is like, I am my product. People come to my channel because I bring a personality and a direction that other people who do the same thing do not. Like RK will attest to this. My reaction channel does not have the same energy or the same vibe that other reaction channels do, which is one of the reasons why I've done so well. So like niching down is 100% good, and I'll explain the concept with like an analogy to just kind of like simplify it, right? Imagine that all of the subscribers on YouTube, every subscriber, every person that's on YouTube is part of like a fishing pond, right? The idea of niching down is to dive into a different fishing pond and get as many fish out of that pond as you can, but then move to the next fishing pond so that you have a brand new base of. So I'm going to give you an example. RK Gold, for instance. RK Gold has dove into doing NF reactions and has got a lot of subscribers from the NF fan base. That's one fishing pond. He then did snow reactions and he got a lot of subscribers out of that fishing pond, right? Then he just tried South Africa and gained 200 to 300 or something like that subscribers from that
2 days. Yeah, you're right.
So like the idea is to niche down and figure out how big a pond or a group of people is, stay in it long enough to get the subscribers, and then it's up to you as a personality whether or not they stick around. It's very possible that RK Gold does a NF reaction and all the people that like NF watch it, but they don't really fuck with him as an individual. So when he goes to do a snow reaction, none of those NF people are going to watch it. In the ideal scenario, you create yourself as your primary product so that when you're in the fishing pond, you get the eyes on you, but you're so polarizing that they will follow you to the next fishing pond. That makes sense.
That does make sense, and I'm glad my channel is just my name, because that's why I did that, because it's like, okay, I'm primarily a writer, but I'm also blind, so I'm also in the blind community, and there's a lot of videos going on in the blind community, and I am also like in other things, and I was like, don't do that, because everybody tells you not to do that. So I have been really cautious, but like after listening to you, I think I'm gonna open up a lot. Like, I'm just being shy.
Who are the people that tell you not to do that, if you don't mind me asking?
I mean, it's not me directly, but it's like the general advice that you hear on YouTube is that you should niche down, and it's like that's your niche, and you stay there.
Yeah, I've heard that same advice too.
So here's this is going to be now the next statements that I'm about to make are not statistic based. This is my opinion, and I like to distinguish the difference between when I'm talking about facts and when I'm talking about opinions. So this is opinion based,
Okay.
right? I'm a firm believer of the like I don't take relationship advice from single people. Does that make sense?
Perfect. Yes.
I am not going to take YouTube advice from someone that I think I'm better than. The reason I started doing this is because I was watching others that did it, and I thought that they were doing a shitty job at it and that I could crush them on it, and that's why I decided to do it. So you need to, like, my advice would be, you need to evaluate yourself and determine what you think your skill level is versus the people who are giving the advice. If someone has 100,000 subscribers, but you think that they're not very good at what they do, their advice can only ever get you to that 100,000 subscribers because that's where they capped out at. And there's probably somebody with 10 million subscribers who have an entirely different philosophy.
Mhm.
I believe that the people who do this and what I do a lot of things really well. And you should cheat, copy, and steal everything well that they do, and then put your own twist and enhance it if you want to get above them. And like, that's the entire mentality behind that. So like, they're going to give you the best advice that they have to a degree. Like, do you really think that they're going to go and give you like all of the secret sauce and shit like that? Nah.
Oh no.
As much
No.
as they're going to create as much stuff as they can. Like that like knowing to go on Fiverr and create backlinks and shit like that for like catchphrases. I've never heard.
No one is telling that shit. No one is telling that shit.
Right. And it's like YouTube is the one, like, I don't look at, like, RK is also a reactor. I don't think RK is competition for me. I don't look at RK as competition because on YouTube, you can have a YouTube account and subscribe to multiple people. So for RK and me, we are not competing for the same fish pond, or you know what I mean? Like when I get a fish out of the pond, it's not removed from the pond. The fish is still there to click on the other subscribers as they can. So like,
Hey guys, so can people hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, you can. Cool. So I have no internet. I was finally able to get in on my phone. I don't know what happened to my internet.
Oh
but
my!
I
The
have
same
to,
thing happened to me.
I have to
on
end the
Saturday.
stream, unfortunately, because
Oh,
otherwise
fuck.
there will be no way to end the stream because my internet is being weird. I don't know what it is. But Steve, DM me, get in touch. I want to talk to you more. I'm excited that we know each other. I think you're awesome. Thank you for hopping on the stream. And everyone, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you Savvy.
see you guys.
Bye, everyone.
Nice to meet you, Steve. Bye.
Audio.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Bye.
Bye.